Hi all, Sipinder this side from GDJ Ludhiana. I welcome you all on behalf of GDJ Ludhiana on the first ever DevFest we are organizing. It was great to see nearly 400 developers joining across the nations at the same place discussing different technologies, and I thanks a lot to the speakers who made in the event, not limited to but including some of the tech people talking about Android from Loveleen, Angular by Simarpreet, Flutter by Ravinder, and a lot more about talking about entrepreneurial journey, including Shreyas, who's talking about how exactly we need to go on the tech journey, along with the very young age entrepreneurial journey by Divjot. And also, I really thanks a lot from the data scientist Usha talking about deep learning, and Mihailo for sharing his thoughts on the mental health. It was really great to have you all earlier today as an in-person event. But now we are starting as a digital event where we'll be connecting with the more speakers on the lineup. So let's start this DevFest with the exciting keynote coming from Google Developers Relations team.
Hello friends, this is Karthik Padmanabhan from the Google Developer Ecosystem team in India, wishing you all the very best. This time of the year is special because the Google community's DevFest and traditional Indian festivities seem to merge into something special. So hereby wishing you and your loved ones a very happy festive season. We have come a long way since the pandemic days. Thanks to Project Reboot, we now have activated all our ever-expanding Google communities in India. I would like to thank you all for embracing and making Project Reboot a success. Now we are moving to the next phase of Project Reboot, to embrace startup communities with Google developer communities in your respective regions and chapters. We would like Google communities to contribute to the startup revolution we are witnessing in India. I would like you all to stay tuned for 2 new programs. First one, Women Developer Academy. We would love to have more women in the mainstream technology scene in India, and we believe Women Developer Academy has been designed to help this cause. Second, mentorship workshops with Google developer experts and innovator champions for community support. And now, my humble request to you all community members are, share your technology adoption stories with us, especially the ones that are making an impact to overall development of local communities. Help us to expand our communities by helping more startups to thrive and blossom in your respective regions and chapters. Mentor students with their career aspiration and goals. And of course, stay safe, healthy and happy. See you all very soon.
We are looking to the biggest DevFest season that we have ever seen in India because of 2 primary reasons. One, coming out of the pandemic, developers have been really excited to attend in-person events, and DevFest could be an avenue for that. Second, we have seen a lot of developers interested in technologies like Android, developing for TensorFlow, Cloud, Firebase. So DevFest is the perfect place where you can attend talks on these topics as well as workshops as well in cities where this is happening. So do enjoy the rest of the day, and I hope you have fun, and do give the feedback about the DevFest that you are attending in the city.
We have amazing cloud and ML sessions planned at DevFest this year. Make sure you get best out of it.
Project Reboot was started with a focus on reinvigorating the communities and increasing cross-program collaboration in India. Soon you will see different Google and third-party communities of professional developers, startups, students and women in tech in your city collaborating on initiative which is important for your city or state. We look forward to seeing how you will be collaborating with your respective community to solve city-specific problems.
So personally, I enjoyed one-on-one discussions with all the communities.
We met different partners, different organizers, different leads.
So much energy in the room, so much of feedback and stuff for us to think about as well.
And also looking forward to seeing all of you in the hybrid events that we would be doing in the rest of the year, in the coming months, through various cities across India.
It was great to hear such a lovely message from the Google Developer Relations team. It was getting so cold at a 3 degrees Celsius in Ludhiana, but the excitement which we are hoping to see from your side is making it more enjoyable than ever. Next up, we have another speaker in the lineup, which is Rahul Patel, who will be discussing on the solid principles. Over to Rahul.
Hello Ludhiana, I hope you are doing great. This time I wasn't been able to get in person to your event and deliver a talk about the solid principles, but next time I would love to be available there and deliver the talk. So in today's session we are going to talk about solid principles and how they can help you to write a code that is easier to maintain, extend and understand as and when your project or your app scales to a larger scale. Before moving to that, I would like to introduce myself. I am Rahul Patel and I am working as a director of engineering. So I have started my career writing code for mobile apps. Now I am generating code for mobile apps. Yes, you have heard it right. So this is what we do at Device, and Device is a platform, programming platform wherein you can submit your Figma designs and it will generate developer-friendly code that is built in clean architecture, as in clean code architecture, which would be having reusable components and the responsive designs across all the mobile devices. For Flutter, Android, native and iOS, and we do support React Web as well. So when I started my career, like I mentioned, I was also writing the code. So I did, or the in the earlier days, most of the developers does the same mistakes. So I would love to highlight those mistakes and how they were a challenging task for us at that time. So I used to create classes that are thousands and 2000s or 3000 lines of code, and due to which they get less maintainable and extendable. So we call it as a god class. Second, what I was doing is I was tightly bounding, coupling the classes so that if one class changes, its effect will be directly on the second class, and it was creating some unknown bugs which were tough to identify and resolve on the production. And I used to create fat interfaces where I will create one interface and put all the methods and implement that interface across all the files where it is required. And I was not managing the inheritance properly, as in the child may or may not be able to implement those implemented methods from the parent class, and focusing less on abstraction. So whenever there is a change, right, in another class, we need to change its implementation as well. So the savior, so how solid principle helped us is, we will see in the next part. But I used to call it savior because all of the problems that we are facing, like extending a feature, it causes bugs, and there were multiple iterations of QA and development. We were not able to add new features, or we were not able to update the features, as in we were able to, but not with the quality. So this is how solid principle helped us, and that is why I called it as a savior. Now let's deep dive into the solid principles. And the first principle is single responsibility principle, and it can be defined as a class should have only one reason to change, or a class should have only single responsibility to perform. So to understand it, let's just see this image, and the person is working on multiple responsibilities at a time. So do you think that the outcome would be qualitative? I would say no. So same applies for the classes as well. So to understand the whole, all the five concepts, what we'll do is we'll try to build a mobile app of this event. So the first thing will be, to provide the login to the user so that they can get into the app. So we decided to give social auth for Facebook, LinkedIn, Google, Twitter, etc. So as you can see, I have created a widget, and it has its basic property of or basic responsibility of rendering the login screen UI, and then I have written a code of signing user via Facebook and fetching user's profile from Facebook. So as you can imagine that with the Google's code and with the Twitter or with the LinkedIn, this class will be, just like a God class, that it will be so long, like 2000, 3000 lines, and it would be complex to manage, or it would be less maintainable. So what we can do is we can create a class for Facebook authentication specifically, so that it has its own single responsibility, and wherein there should be functions who perform different actions. But as you can see, this is violating the single responsibility principle, because it can be applied to the functions as well. So how we can correct it? We can create different functions with their specific single responsibilities. So as you can see here, sign-in process will be done with this function, then fetch user profile will be done by this, and the sign-off will be done by this. So we have achieved perfect single responsibility implementation here. So as I mentioned, it helps us to restrict God classes. It helps us to increase the maintainability of the code as well. Now we jump to the second concept, and it can be defined as software entities like classes, modules, and functions should be open for extension but closed for modification. So let's understand again using the image. So as you can see, that this is an electric socket, and all the sockets are occupied, and my phone is going to, its battery is going to dead. So I'm in a hurry. So what I will do is, to charge my phone, I won't dig up a wall here and just connect my charger to the wires inside the wall. Instead, what I will do is, I can remove anyone's plug, but yeah, just to understand this concept, what I will do is I will get an extension, and I will use that to charge my phone. And if this extension also gets occupied, then we can have another extension. So this is how we can extend the electricity in this case. So let's understand in the development part. So now extending our application, now we want to show speakers list and on what topic they are going to talk about, and the team who is responsible to organize and manage the conference. So both are having basic properties of a human, or let's say person. So what we'll do is we'll have created a class called person, and with all those basic properties. Now as we know that speakers are going to speak on a topic and at a time, so we need to accommodate those properties as well. So here we won't change this class, right? We will extend it to have new features inside it. So as you can see here, that speaker is extended by person, and it has his own new properties, and same goes for the team as well. So that's how we have created loosely coupled classes. We have enhanced the reusability and the maintainability of the code. Now the third topic is Liskov substitution, and it can be defined as derived or child classes must be substitutable for their base or parent class. In simpler terms, we can say that child class should perform each and every actions that a parent class can do, so that they can be replaced in place of parent class. So in this example, we have two bulbs. This is the parent class and this is the child class, and both are emitting the white light. So the child class would be easily replaced in the place of parent class. And in this example, we can see that this is again a parent class which is emitting white light, but this child is emitting the colored light. So the inheritance is not properly done, and this can cause bugs as well, because this cannot be replaced in place of the parent class. So now if we get back to development of our application, now the user is logged in. They have seen the speaker's profile and their agenda or the topic on which they are going to talk about. Now they are interested. So there comes the ticket. So the user has to buy the ticket to attend the conference. So for that, what we have created a class with abstract class with methods name, price, and description, and each type of ticket is extending that class and returning their specific values. For regular, that can be 2,000 rupees for entry fee and its name and its description. Sorry. Same goes for early bird. So now, as you can see in this method, that we have a ticket and that is a parent class, right? So as a user has selected, let's say, early bird or the regular one, they are replaced in place of the parent, and that's how the substitution works here. And no matter what, now if you want to extend and add another 3 types of tickets, so there won't be any change in the class, or there won't be any bugs that would be caused due to the new features that you are adding. So it helps you to build good inheritance, and the partial implementation of the interfaces would be removed. Now the fourth concept, and that is interface aggregation. So it can be stated as client should not be forced to depend on methods that they do not use. This can be difficult to understand the definition. So let's understand using a graphic. So as you can see, these person and a human both are working in a car assembly, right? So if we have created an interface that have lunch and charge your battery, so and if that interface is implemented in human and the robot both, then as you can see, humans cannot charge their battery because they do not have, and same goes for a robot, that they can't have a lunch break because they don't have a stomach. So by creating one interface, we are forcing a class to use that, but which they cannot implement. So this can create issues. So this is the first principle wherein it is applied to the interfaces, and it helps us to reduce the fat interfaces across our code. So taking forward to the example that we had, we have team and a speaker. So team would be having certain responsibilities, and I have created a interface with the name interface conf, wherein I have created a method called setup agenda, attend the conference, manage the conference, and present the session. But as you can see, team can do all of these things, but they cannot present the session because that is the responsibility of the speaker. So same happens with the speakers as well, that I have implemented with the interface conf having these 4 methods, but they logically cannot set up the agenda or manage the conference. What they can do is attend and present the session. So here we are creating a code that can create the exceptions. So how can this be resolved? To resolve this, I have created multiple interfaces with specific responsibilities, and it is somewhat similar to this single responsibility principle as well in terms of interface. So I have created interface attend conf and interface manage conf. So in attend, there would be only one method to implement attend, and in manage we have two, like setup agent and manage conf. If there are many, then we can break it down into more specific interfaces. So now there won't be any implementation exceptions when we implement these two interfaces in the team, and same goes for speaker. So I have created another called interface present session, wherein there will be a method called present session, and attend conf will be attend, so that they would be able to implement the attend method as well. So this way we were able to restrict the issues and restrict the fed generic interfaces throughout our application. Now the last principle is dependency inversion, and just take a note of it that this is not a dependency injection. Dependency injection is altogether a different concept. This is a dependency inversion. So what it states is high level module should not depend on low level modules. Both should depend on abstraction. I know the definitions are getting difficult to understand, so that's why I have a graphic. So as you can see in this image, that we have an excavator, and then we have different kind of tools attached to it. So for any of the tool that we have attached, like digging up the tool or forklifting or anything else, the controller won't be changed for each and every item, right? Or the controller won't know that which tool is connected to it. So the arm will be the abstraction between these two higher level and lower level modules. So both doesn't know and each other, and they depend on the abstraction that is in between them. So taking the concept forward, right, of building the DevFest app, we have created login, we have showed them the speaker slates and on what topic they are going to talk about. Now we also have showed them the tickets and their prices. Now they have selected the ticket, but the last thing will be that they have to do the payment. So how we can implement a dependency inversion in the payment, which would be a lot easier to manage and update their code later on as well. So as you can see, I have created a method, a class, an abstract class called payment, and it has a method called pay, and which consumes amount. Now I have extended payment to these two classes. Let's say we are allowing user to pay via card or pay via UPI. So as you can see, payment of using card will be the code of that will be written in this method, and the code to initiate the payment for UPI would be written here. So we have a segregation as well. Now if we extend the payment class to using a factory method, so factory method is a design pattern which is another concept. So you can go check out what is a factory method and how does it helps. So using that, what we have done is, depending on the type of payment option that user has selected, it would return which class should be invoked to start the payment process. So if we look onto the book ticket methods, and we are assuming that user has selected card as their payment method, so we have created an object or an instance of payment class. Then we are using that factory method and passing the type of the payment method. Then as you can see, we are not knowing that whether the book, as in not we are, but the booking class or booking tickets doesn't know that which payment class is there and from where it is going to be paid, like whether from the card or the let's say UPI. So how this can help is, you just need to let's say if you have a new option called payment via net banking, right? So what you can do is you just need to create another class just like this. You can add it here, and you don't need to change this class. So this is how it assists us to extend the system as well. So this is how and its main goal is to decouple the dependencies, so that if a class changes, other class doesn't need to take care of about the changes, just like this payment or the booking class right here. So yeah, all the concepts are completed. So that's a thing that I would love to highlight here as well, that implementing solid principles should not be your goal, right? Instead, it should be how you can make your system or code more maintainable, the code that is easily extendable, and the code that the classes right inside the application are loosely coupled using solid principles. To summarize, solid principles can help you code make more maintainable. You can extend new features easily. Testing would be easier. Analyze the use case properly before implementing any solid principles. Otherwise, you will be overdoing it, and you will create much fragmented code which won't be necessary for that use case. So yeah, this was the overview of solid principles. And now thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rahul, for such lovely session. It was really amazing to hear you. Next up, we have an exciting speaker joining from Zest Money as a senior software engineer working over there, Aswin, who will be talking about how to use a Flutter Fire for your apps. Over to Aswin.
Hello everyone, hi there. So I'm pretty sure everyone are energetic about this session, and they're very interested to know more about this session, right? So without any further delay, let me get started with this session. So the topic of this session is setting your apps on fire with Flutter Fire. So it's basically we're gonna learn how we can set up Firebase for a Flutter application. So before that, let me just talk about myself. My name is Aswin Gopinathan. I'm a software engineer at Zest Money. I'm a Flutter developer over there. So I'm a Flutter developer since 2019. That was the time when I first came across Flutter, and that's the moment I realized that I'm not going to go back to native. I'm going to go forward with Flutter. And almost 3 years or 4 years down the lane, I'm still using Flutter. So apart from that, I'm a community guy. That is, if you ever need any help with respect to Flutter, Dart, or anything software engineering related, you can always reach out to me on Twitter, LinkedIn, or wherever suits you. So I actually, the one thing that I do every day is learn something new in the world of Flutter and Dart. I mean, that's how you go forward with Flutter. And whatever I learn, I make sure that I share the same thing with the community over there. So I usually tweet about my learnings on Twitter. And I also write blogs. That's one of the ways we can actually share our knowledge with everyone out there. So that's basically a small gist about myself. So let me get started with the actual flow. So, as I told earlier, we're going to learn how we can use Firebase in our Flutter application. So now, there are a few steps you need to follow while setting up Firebase for a Flutter application. One thing is that you need to create a Firebase project. Obviously, that is the first thing you need to do before you get started. After that, you need to install and run Firebase using the Flutter Fire CLI. That I'll be showing you how we can do it. Then once everything is set up, we need to choose one of the services. That is, we're going to integrate a service into a Flutter application. So let me get started with the code itself. So that will be easier for you. So I've already created a project with the name DevFest Ludhiana. So as you can see in the middle of this section, you can create applications for different environments. That is, we have for iOS applications, we have for Android, we have for web, we have for Unity, and we have a separate section for Flutter. Earlier, those of you who have already worked with Firebase Flutter application, you might know that earlier we used to build two applications, one for iOS separately and one for Android separately. Then we used to get the Google Services file and the Google Services.info plist file, which we used to connect for both Android and iOS separately. But now, with the introduction of Flutter Fire, we have a separate section for creating Flutter Fire application. That is, creating a Flutter application in Firebase. So let's see how we can do that. We click on this Flutter option over here. So this opens up a window which gives you 3 steps to set up Firebase, the Flutter Fire CLI in your local system. So let's start with the first step. Prepare your workspace. So it says the easiest way to get started is to use Flutter Fire CLI. CLI stands for Command Line Interface. So Flutter Fire gives you a CLI, a terminal application which you can use to set up Firebase in your Flutter application. But before you continue with the installation of Flutter Fire, you need to make sure that you have set up Firebase CLI. So when you click on this link, it opens up a new browser where you will be getting instructions on how you can set up Firebase CLI in your local system. So you have steps for Windows, you have for Mac OS, and you have even for Linux. So once you have set up Firebase CLI in your local terminal, in your local system, we'll go forward with the next steps. So the second requirement is you need to have Flutter SDK. Obviously, you would be having Flutter SDK in that. Then create a new Flutter project, which we'll be creating shortly. So let's go to the next section. So before we get started with setting up Flutter Fire CLI, let's do some checks before that. First, let's check if Firebase CLI is already installed in our system. So for that, open terminal and type Firebase login. If you haven't logged in over here, it will prompt you to log in into Firebase. As you can see, I've already logged in as my email address. So now, next step is to create a Flutter project. So for that, what I'll do is Flutter create dot. Oops, I think I chose the different directory. I need to let's clear that first. Let me go into desktop. Flutter create dot. So desktop, okay. I need to create a new project. Let's say mkdir DevFest Ludhiana. Now let's go into that folder. And I'm gonna create Flutter project again. So it's currently creating the Flutter project for me. I think it's already created. So now let's open this in our VS Code. So as you can see over here, the Flutter project is already created. And I have some extra files, you can just ignore that one. So next what we need to do is, let's go back to the console. So the next step given over here is to set up Flutter file CLI. So for that, we copy the first command and we run that command over here. It goes like .pub global activate Flutter Fire CLI. This is for setting up the Flutter Fire CLI application in your global registry. So now let's click on enter. It's gonna set up, it's gonna take some time depending on your network speed, but as you can see over here, it's being set up right now. And yes, Flutter Fire is set up successfully. Now let's see what's the next step. Then at the root of your Flutter project directory, run this command. So basically this command you could have run anywhere. It doesn't matter if you're inside the Flutter project or if you're outside the Flutter project. It's like global activating. So next command, you need to make sure that you run within the root of your Flutter project. So we just copy this one. We just clear this mess. Oops. So we need to make sure that we are inside the root of the root of the project directory. Now let's run the command flutterfire configure -- project = DevFest Ludhiana. This is the name of the project that I have given. So now let's press enter. So this might take some time because it's setting up the Flutter project. It's setting up the Firebase project in both Android as well as iOS. So it's asking me which one should I select over here. So currently I'm gonna go with Android first, and I'm gonna choose iOS as well. Okay, so it's saying use arrow keys and space to select. Okay. So I need to deselect the ones that we don't need. I'm selecting Android and iOS. Now let's press enter. So now it's going to set up for both Android and iOS. I'm going to show you like what it's going to set up. So it's going to take some time. So let's wait till then. So let's see what are the next steps in our console. Meanwhile, it's getting done. So we have done with this. It says this automatically registers your per platform apps with Firebase and adds the options.dart file to a Flutter project. I'm going to explain what it means later. So now let's click on next. So this is initializing Firebase and everything. So I'll be talking about this later. So now let's click on continue to console. The project is created over here. Let's refresh. So we have two projects over here. One is for Android, one is for iOS. So the best part about Flutterfire CLI is we don't have to create two different projects separately. The Flutterfire CLI application will do it for us. So now let's go back to the terminal and see what happened. So everything is done and we have a file called firebase options.dart. It will be generated inside the lib folder. So we have some files generated for us, but there are a lot of errors over here. So how shall we resolve this error? The only thing we need to do is we need to add the dependency for Firebase core. So for that, let's go to YAML file. First, let's go to our website pub.dev. And let's search for Firebase core. We just need to import the dependency over here. So let's go over here and add the dependency and pubget. So pubget is running. So let's wait for some time. Alright, so the Flutter pubget is almost done. So as you can see, the errors are removed now. So that means we have imported the Firebase core package and we are ready to go with Firebase now. So earlier I was talking about two generated files. Let's talk about that. The first generated file is called the Google Services.json file. This is required for Android applications because this contains information about your Firebase project. This is kind of confidential file, so you don't have to push. Make sure that you don't push this file to Firebase, to GitHub or any of the open source platforms you use. Similarly, for iOS, there's a file called info.plist, which is also generated. Sorry, not info.plist. Google Services info.plist. This is also generated by the Flutterfire CLI. This also gives the iOS platform the information about your Firebase account. So with that, let's get started with writing our code. So let me just run the application first. So running the application might take some time. So let me select a different device, sorry. Let me start with an iOS simulator. Now let's run the application. So this might take some time to run up. Let's wait for some time. So now the app is running properly. So let's do one thing. Let's head on to our Firebase console and let's create a real-time database. So till now you connected Firebase with your Flutter application. Now let's integrate one of the services of Firebase. So I'll be using the real-time database over here. So let me just add some data to this database. I'm gonna use the key speaker and I'm gonna provide some details about me. So this goes over here. I'm from Bangalore and yep. So this is the data that we're gonna fetch in the Flutter application and we're gonna display the same data over there. So for that, let's get started by setting up Firebase real-time database. So for that, we need to head to the pub.dev site. Let's search for Firebase database. We need to add the dependency for the package. So this is the latest package. I'm just gonna copy this thing. I'm gonna head over to the pubspec.yaml file and add the dependency. I think the dependencies are added. Yep. So now let's get started by setting up Firebase in our Flutter application. So the first thing you need to do is you need to initialize the Firebase app with the Firebase options that you found that is generated over here. But there's a problem over here. So when the Firebase option.dart file is generated for the first time, you can see you have options for both Android and iOS. But the thing is, these options does not have the database URL currently over there, because when the Firebase instance was created for the first time, that is when the Firebase settings or configurations were installed for your Flutter application, it did not assume the services that you're going to use. Since we just now thought of using real-time database, we need to manually add the database URL over here. So for that, what you just need to do is you head over to your database, real-time database, and copy this link over here. This is the link that you're going to use as the database URL. So just over here in the options for both Android and iOS, there is a parameter called database URL. You're just going to copy and paste the URL that you copied from there. Similarly for iOS. So that is done. Now we need to create a Firebase application. So for that we go with Firebase. I think Firebase app dot. I forgot the syntax actually. Let me just check with that. We need to go to the documentation. Let's see, where is it? Authentication, real-time database. Let's see the introduction. Let's see the Flutter setup. So it should be here somewhere, I guess. It's not showing. Okay. So what shall we do now? Okay, let's start with the Firebase database initialization. Then most probably you will be getting the error which will ask you to initialize the app. So let's go that way. So for setting up Firebase database, what you need to create is a Firebase database instance. So now the code base is pretty messed up with some comments and everything. And let me just clear that now. So I've removed the comments so that it will be easier for us to see the code. So now I'm going to create a Firebase database instance. I'm going to name it database equal to Firebase. I think it's app dot, no, it's Firebase database, sorry, database dot instance. I'm gonna use instance of over here. No, not that, sorry. Base database. I'm gonna name it database equal to Firebase database dot instance. Where's the instance variable? Okay. For some reasons it's not coming up. Okay, let's head over to the documentation and it should be here somewhere. Yeah, this is the statement I was copying, so I'm just copy this from here and I'll paste it here. Now it's working. I don't know what happened, but so this way we have initialized Firebase database for our application. Now once we have access to the database, we need a reference object which we're gonna use to get the data from the database. So there are two things. First, you need to connect the entire Firebase database. So for that we use this instance. Then once we have connected the entire Firebase, we need to connect. Let me show with an example. So this entire console, let's say, is the Firebase database. We have connected that using the dot instance getter over here. Now once we have access to the entire console, we need to access this particular tree. This is called a reference. So for that we need to create a reference object. So let's go back over here. We need to create a we need to create a variable of type database reference equal to, or let's initialize that inside the init state method. That's one of the best practices to follow over here. Let's write the init state. This is throwing error because we need to write late database reference equal to database, the database object dot ref. That's all. So now we have two objects. One is the entire Firebase database object. Then we have reference to this particular node. So now let's run the application. Let me just restart. I think we should be getting some errors. .jsutil, I guess. Okay. Oh, we need to just remove this. I think it got added accidentally. So let me just restart the application. So it's throwing some error. The error goes like this: no Firebase app has been created. We need to call firebase.initialize app. So let's call that in the void main function. Initialize app. But there are some things you need to do. Since you added the database URL manually over here, or let's say in the future you update the Firebase options over here, in that case you need to create a separate app. I'm gonna create an app with the name DevFest, and I'm gonna pass the options. I'm going to pass the same options over there, that is default Firebase options. So default Firebase options dot, there's a method called current platform which will decide the platform the application is running and decide on the options also. So now this is done. let's restart the application. But still there are some errors, right? It's saying, let's see, binding has not been initialized. So whenever you're working with method channels or whenever you're working with some setup kind of a code, we need to write a code known as a code statement that goes like widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialize. This will make sure that all the initializations with respect to method channels and everything are done properly before you go ahead. And also I missed out one thing. If you hover over this initialize app method, you can see it's a type of future. That means we need to await until this statement finishes. So now let's restart the application. Now the errors are gone and everything seems to be working properly. Now, since we have used a custom name over here, we need to use the same name while creating the database instance. That is, here I have used Firebase database dot instance. That means it goes with the default name. But since we have used a custom name called DevFest, we have to create an instance of that type. So for that we need to, instead of using dot instance, we'll be using dot instance 4, which requires a parameter called app. So the best way to get the app is through using the Firebase class firebase.app. Here we pass the name DevFest. Please note the name that you pass over here should be the same name that you passed over here while initializing it. So with that, I think we have initialized Firebase database. Let me just restart the application and make sure that there are no errors. Everything looks good. Now, we have access to the database reference, that is the tree over here. Now we need to pick the node called speaker and get its values. So for that, and always remember that fetching some data from the let's say from the Firebase database is actually an async call. That means you need to await for the response to come. And when we think about await or API calls or something like that, the first thing that comes to our mind is future builder, because it waits for the data and then prints something. So let me just do some hack over here. We have a column which basically shows this particular widgets. I'm just gonna wrap this with the future builder. Future builder, it needs the parameter future. Let me just come back to that, and this should be, I think, builder, right? Yeah, and it has context snapshot. Alright, so now what will the future be? We have access to the database reference which points to the root of this particular node. So what we need to do is we need to use database reference dot child. In the child we need to pass speaker. Okay, now this is throwing some error. It's saying you can't use. Okay, let's see, it should be not child, sorry, it should be ref evaluator. Okay, let me check the data documentation. So we have read option over here. Sometimes it's like we don't remember all the code that we need to do. It's okay to go back to the documentation, read and understand, and then come back to that. So let me just see how we can read data. So for reading it once, we need to use something called get. Okay, I forgot about that, sorry. So where is it? Yeah, we need to use a method called get, and we'll be using child anyhow. So it should be child dot get. Okay, now it removes the error. Now let's tidy this thing. We have a syntax called if snapshot.hasData return something else, return sender of circular progress indicator. That means until the data is loaded, we'll be showing a circular progress indicator out there. And when the data is loaded, we show the same thing. And let's remove this particular widget. And in the text, let's show the snapshot data. Snapshot dot data dot let's go with value. And we're gonna use a null check because sometimes the data won't be there and it will return a null. Alright, okay, let's do one thing. We'll add a manual check. If it comes out to be null, I'm gonna say no data found. But still I need a null check over here. Alright, this should return. Alright, let's run the application. And I hope there are no errors over here. It ran and you can see over here the data that I had put in the real-time database. The same data is visible over here. So this is the way you can actually use real-time database in your Flutter application. This is just a basic example of how you can do it. There are a lot of innovations, there are a lot of things you can do with real-time database. And a quick thing, the best thing about real-time database is that instantly, once you update some value in the actual console, it immediately updates in your application. You don't have to restart the application or anything. It basically uses WebSockets internally, and once the data is updated on the real-time database, it automatically updates the data in your application. So you can do a lot of steps with that. So with that, we actually come towards the end of this session. So let me just go back to the slides. So where are my slides, by the way? It's missing. Yeah. So these were the steps to set up Firebase. We created a Firebase project. Then we installed and run Firebase using the Flutter Fire CLI. Then we thought of integrating a service. There are a lot of services on Firebase. We have real-time database, Cloud Firestore, we have authentication, storage, and a lot of steps. So we integrated that. So that's basically the end of this session. So I can't see anyone over there, and I don't know if this session was helpful for you or not, but I would still love some feedback from you all. So if you like the session or is there something you would like me to change in the future sessions, please reach out to me or tweet up about the session on Twitter, because I'm active the most on Twitter. And if you ever want to reach out to me for any help regarding Firebase, Flutter, or anything related to Dart and Flutter, you can always reach out to me on Twitter. Or if you want to connect with me on other platforms like LinkedIn, Instagram, GitHub or somewhere, just Google search my name, and my name has a pretty good SEO, so you can actually reach out to me on other platforms. And always remember, my name is Aswin without an H in that, so it will be easier for you to find. And yeah, with that, we are coming towards the end of this session. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
I think that was a really great session by Aswin, especially the walkthrough he shared on how exactly we can use Firebase and set it up with the Flutter Fire. That was really amazing to hear. Next up, we have the Compose Camp. So Manas, who is an Android developer facilitator from Vizag, will be talking about composing with the Compose in the Android. Over to Manas.
Hello DevFest Ludhiana. It's great to see you all virtually. The excitement, the energy is just peaks, you guys. I'm sure I'm not infected with COVID-19, but it just turns out that we would all have to meet virtually for now, and I'd have to take you on a journey through building an app for Android. So, once upon a time ago, those were the days when developing an app required the developers to write many lines of code, concentrate on the functionality of the app, the business numbers, and ship update with fixes. Developing for a single screen was not sufficient, and developing for form factors wasn't considered. Locking it in an orientation was accepted, neglecting the UI UX, user privacy, and system health was not at all an issue, as long as the app functioned after all. Developers struggled with updating multiple references throughout, like updating text views, images views, that caused a lot of bugs and took a lot of time to debug. But times have changed. Now developers dream of developing apps with less code and a one-stop data update center for updating the user interface. The need to design beautiful UI, keeping user experience in mind, whilst concentrating on the functionality of the app and business numbers, shipping upgrades, bug fixes has become a tedious job for all of the developers and designers out there. And now, the need for developing more multiple factors, multiple screen sizes, dark and light themes, and orientations has grown a lot of demand and is a wide far request. User privacy and system health are of the highest priority and concern as users uninstall any application that causes infiltration of their privacy or damages the system health, leaving developers a hard time and an investment of a lot of hard work to implement and improve those metrics. Also, developers need to be on a constant run to get themselves updated with the best practices and concepts to build a robust, safe, and performing application that can sustain the market and give high business numbers. Feeling tensed? Does developing an Android application seem intimidating and frustrating? Or does it even scare you? Well, here comes a savior. No need to worry at all. Jetpack Compose, Android's modern UI toolkit for building native UI, simplifies and accelerates UI development on Android, quickly bringing your idea and app to life with less code, powerful tools, and intuitive Kotlin APIs. So with less code, due to the Kotlin's language, it accelerates our development and we need not work for any of the keywords or terminology or try to even remember the syntax as well, as because it's very intuitive and it's really powerful, and that's something you'll get to know in a few minutes. With that, let's play a fun game today, and it's called Composing with Compose. I'm your host today, Malla, the Android Study Gems facilitator for Google Developer Groups Vizag and a student of first year. So without further ado, let's start the game, shall we? So first, for any game, the most important things are the rules itself. So let's get to know about them first. Everything in the world of Compose is a composable, starting from images, text, input field, the whole app itself, checkboxes, buttons, radios, switches, literally anything that you can imagine on the screen, everything would be a composable, even to the smallest text, even a letter or an emoji that you see on the screen. The twist of this challenge is that you might use any number of composables, whether be it 1, 2, 3, 100, 1000 or anything that you would like, and you can display any amount of data that you would need to, but the data you would provide would be used to generate the user interface rather than you having to manually update the elements themselves. So if you were coming from a planet that developed Android apps with Java, Kotlin and XML, you would have to manually update each of those elements by first finding them using findViewById and then use .setText, .setImage or similar function to update the UI. But none of that now. You just pass in the data and the function would take in your data as the input and give you a UI as an output. So the player who finishes the challenge with the least lines of code, least number of free compositions would be declared the winner. But before we begin, I just have a small question. Can a UI be developed with a single puzzle piece? I hope so not. Not in the world of composables at least. As I said, everything that comes up on the screen is a composable. But in everyday applications, do we just have a single puzzle piece? I don't guess so. We have multiple images, text, and so on and so forth. So how could we just have interactivity with just one composable or widget? Just imagine a screen where you just had one single line of text, or just one image, or just a single button. Would you be able to bring out any useful functionality or display anything dynamic or informative? Would the user be able to understand anything? Don't hope so. No. So now the question arises, how do you join multiple puzzle pieces together? Well, that's intuitive. You have a few basic layouts that could be used to make any UI that you would want. The first thing is a row, where you could join two composables in the horizontal axis, one beside the other. Or you could have a column where you could join two composables in the vertical axis, one above or below the other. Now you have two powerful tools that you could use together to create beautiful UIs that you could ever imagine of using a combination of rows and columns. As you can see here, it is a mix of both rows and columns. But if that's not enough, we have boxes too. So join two composables in the z-axis, that is on top of or underneath one another. And here comes the ice cream of the surfaces. Material surfaces are central metaphor in the material design and are imagined or made after the physical surfaces that we encounter in our daily life. Each surface exists at a given elevation or height or a shadow or has a particular potential. To be said if I can use physics, but I don't want to go into much of physics because physics gives us all nightmares. But how do each of them relate to each other? Like, what is a surface casting the shadow at? How much height is it at? What is its potential? What is its clipping? What is its elevation? What is the background color? How much opacity does it have? What is its transparency? All of these physical parameters that each physical surface in the materialistic world would have, those can be made using surfaces when using Jetpack Compose. Now, let's understand how a composable could be defined. Compose takes advantage of the power that Kotlin functions have to provide. Kotlin functions take in an input, process the output, and perform a calculation and output the data type, be it an int, string, bool, or any other Kotlin class instance. But a composable is a special type of Kotlin function, annotated with the @compose notation to inform Android Studio and Gradle that this isn't a regular Kotlin function, but is a composable function that outputs a UI element instead. To understand more, let's assume an example. A basic Kotlin function to square a given input integer. Seems easy, right? So in general, a Kotlin function could actually define an input, perform a calculation, and would provide an output. So if you're given an input of 5, the calculation would be performed, that is the square, that is 5 times 5, and that would give us an output of 25. Composable functions, on the other hand, however, follow a series of steps to produce a given user interface, starting from taking the user input data to processing, measurement, including managing the lifecycle of the user interface itself. That is, from the time the UI is drawn, finally to the destruction of the composable element from the screen itself. So here we would be having an input composition UI. So if we have to expand more on that, the input would be something like the database that I would have that consists of my UID, the name of the user, the profile image, the message itself, and if the user has any particular status or not. Those could be used to draw something on the screen, and those could change over time. So that would be our input, which is then passed on to the next stage, that is the composition stage. In the composition stage, the compose takes care of all the lines in a code. Compose analyzes them thoroughly and then finally comes up with a composition tree that would look something of this sort. A UI tree basically gives us a semantic tree describing the parent composables and the child composables. Once we have that, as you can see here, we would have a parent composable, that is a row here, that encompasses a child composable or multiple child composables, as in this case that would be the image, a column, and another column. The column might again have child composables, which could again be child composables, and this goes on and on. That child composable again has multiple child parameters, which is one text and another text, and the other column has child components that encompass a surface, which is again a parent composable that could use a text again as a child composable. So the loop keeps on going. Once the composition phase has done all of its magic and has rendered the UI tree for us, the next step would actually to be identifying any dependencies that would be needed to be taken care of before we actually go to the next phase. That is the measurement phase. For example, here, the height of the profile picture image could depend on the combined heights of the text that include the name of the user and last message. The same could even be applied for the text on the right. The positions and sizes could depend on the name and last message, text heights and widths. So we could now have a composables inside a UI tree which depend on each other for their measurement and placement. So once we have those dependencies all figured out, the next step would actually be to measure them. So for every composable in the UI tree, we would be measuring for its width, height to finally give us a measurable instance that could be used in the next phase of UI composition. So next up, placement. Once we have our measurables in a place as a list, we try to place them in the screen either from the left or the right or the top and the bottom. Not only to the screen, but we could also relatively position them to the nearest composable that exists. So here, for example, composable XYZ is placed at a horizontal offset of 320 dp from the left edge of the parent, or if I consider the elements which you can see now on the screen to be composables, from input composables it would be and bottommost edge of the composable is placed at a vertical offset of 20 dB from the top of the placement UI composable using the place relative function. So now that we have a UI tree which is mapped to a list of measurables that was further mapped or translated as placeables, we have all the variables that we would need to reach the final and the most interesting stage that is ever possible. That is drawing the composable itself. So now we start to call in all the graphic engines, shader functions that would be used to draw the UI tree on the screen, that is pixel by pixel. Once that starts and once it processes everything, then that's when we get the output as the UI, which looks something like this. So here we have a row which contains of our 3 child elements. The first one being the image, which is clipped to a circle and has some formatting. The next one being a column which encompasses 2 text composables. And next we have a text wrapped in a surface and a text to display the latest times message. So this is how composables are drawn on the screen from the input to the output through different stages. And tweaking with these stages helps us to build more efficient composables. And that's something which is a bit more advanced, and that's something which we are not going to be covering now. But you can deep dive into those through the following resources. Now, next, state. You might have heard me saying this word a lot from the beginning. So what's state? State determines what is shown in the UI to the user at any particular time, and that can change over time itself. Events, which are inputs generated from the outside or inside of an application, for example, the user pressing a button, a Bluetooth device being paired, the user interaction with the device itself, or a notification that would pop up, a stylus input, an orientation change, or even expanding the foldable from a flip state. Literally anything that the user could interact with your application or device that could cause a change in your screen results in Compose updating the UI, which we term recomposition, by working with different APIs. Like only when the color of a composable changes, Compose could directly move on to the drawing phase, or when a long text is expanded, Compose could just work with the measuring and drawing the composable rather than doing all of the computation, which could be heavy and could rely on major of the CPU resources. But we can make things easier for Compose and the GPU and the CPU by optimizing the structure of a composable. Compose takes advantage of powerful Kotlin language, which I previously shared about, which is 100% concise, expressive, interoperable, concurrent, and adaptive, so that devices would actually do multiple tasks at the same time. Now, how does Kotlin make sure that we could do that? It uses multiple threads and runs multiple coroutines and operations at the same time while dividing tasks between the multiple architecture components of your actual device, making it expressive, concise, and concurrent overall. With that said, let's have a quick challenge, and it's the time where we actually play this game. So, would you be able to develop this application? If you see, we have multiple form factors, that is the watch, the laptop, mobile phone, and tablet, and many more multiple form factors that could be targeted, but you need to display the same amount of data. So with that, are you starting to get tensed? Does it feel intimidating? Are you sure that you will not be able to do it? I am not sure, but I hope that you'll be able to do it. So no worries, let's work on it together. So first, let's create a composable and add a scaffold to it to get started. Here, if you see the syntax at the beginning, I have used the composable notation that could be used to tell Kotlin that, hey, this is not a regular Kotlin function, but rather it's a composable function that would emit a part of a UI. Next, we have the syntax, which is encompassing the fun keyword that is used to denote that, hey, this is the function, and then the name of the function is using the title case rather than camel case, which is used for ordinary Kotlin functions. Then we have the parentheses that are used as inputs, and we have the opening and closing curly braces that are used to state the opening and closing of the composable functions. Anything inside that would be a child for the composable. Next, we have added the basic scaffold. If you were ever wondering what a scaffold might be that I've been using from a few minutes ago, a scaffold is just like a template. You could have multiple composables on the screen, and you must have seen most of them throughout. One could be the app bar, one could be a floating action button, or the bottom navigation button that allows you to change through multiple screens. These are few of the elements that you must have seen in many modern day applications. But how would you be able to place them? One of them is at the top of the screen, one of them is at the bottom of the screen, another one is just floating around the bottom of the screen, and then they have peculiar places that you would want to place them in. And then measuring the distances from the bottom or the top for those particular composables could be a tedious task. And worry not, scaffold is what you would need. The scaffold gives basic slots or templates that you could use to slot those or put those composables in, and they would just work out of the box. So with that ahead, now let's go for adding an app bar to our scaffold. So for the scaffold function, I've just added in this input as app bar, and I've passed in for the basic app bar a little bit piece of text with sling literally meaning memories, which is the name of the app itself. And to that, I have added an icon, and that icon would be icons.moreword. So you could add icons in Compose with just icon, and then searching the humongous database of icons through icons dot. And with that said, we have gotten close to building our entire application. The next step would be actually add the tab bar itself. So now inside the scaffold of the child parameter, I would just add in my tab bar, and here we go, we have a tab bar. Then I would basically write in some internal code for tab bar view 1, tab bar view 2, tab bar view 4, tab bar view 3, so on and so forth for all the tabs that you would want to display. Then, or you could even do that dynamically through some for loops and all this, which is a bit more complex for this code lab, and we'll get to know soon. Once that's done, the next thing would be adding the chat elements itself. So let's try to add that. But oops, Compose doesn't allow it. Seems confusing? I don't guess so. Let's try to read it out. It says unresolved reference, chat element composable not found. If you get why that statement is very intuitive, the chat element function did not actually exist in default by Compose. So since that you did not have a composable element, which is called chat element, how do we proceed ahead? Is it not possible to make this app? No. You could create your own chat element composable, and that's what we're going to be doing now. Okay, now let's go back to our drawing board. Or should I say, composable board. So here on the right side of the screen, and we're just going to give you a quick preview of how the element would preview on Android Studio itself. So another point to note here, Android Studio gives you powerful tools that you could use to preview your composables without even running that composable on an actual device. That makes your time a lot easier and faster. So here we are, add the chat element composable. So first in, I'll add in my image. Looks great. I've added a painter resource as a drawable, which you could get from the resources folder, which is inside the drawable folder. Then next, I've added some text. But to have two composables together, I would either need to wrap it around with a row, or a column, or a box, or wrap it around with a surface. So here I guess I would need to place them one beside the other. So let's put it inside a row. So I have now a row which has an image and some text. Now let's wrap that text under a column and add one more line of text. I could actually do it with a /n and use a single text. But if you observe, the two texts are having different formatting. So hence I'll just add a column and have these two text composables inside that column itself. Next, let's make sure that this text is properly styled, and then the name of the user is a bit bigger than the message itself. And let's try to lower down the opacity of the message itself so that it isn't highlighted well. We could just style that simply with using material theme .typography.title large. You would have multiple typography styles that are available to you by default through Compose, such as display, display large, display small, display medium, medium title, subtitle, headline, body, and title. You have many of those that you can explore up there when you just start typing material theme.typography. Happy playing around with them. With that said, let's go to the next part of the column, which is the surface. So now I've taken a surface, given it a modifier so that I can clip it to a circle shape, and then you could even add in the background parameter as the orange itself. Next, I've given a text of 365 as child, which indicates the latest number of messages. Then let's wrap that under a column and add in one more text that displays the latest message timing. Type with that, and you could be applying more formatting to that to make sure that it's the right opacity and the correct size. With that, we have built our whole chat element composable. Now what you could probably do is take those particularly statically delivered variables like the drawable image itself, the name of the user, the latest message, the number of latest messages, and the time itself. All of that you could bring it up as variables that could be passed into this chat element function that could actually be used for the next step. That now done, if we try to add in a chat element now into our scaffold, hooray! We have been able to add multiple chat elements just by modifying that particular input data that is given to the chat element function. You could write a for loop to iterate over those particular lists to get the particular data, and that would generate all these composables by default. With that said, you could build any UI that you would love, any UI that comes to your brain, your mind, your soul, anything. You could build it with just these simple composable functions, as you could just see. It was so easy, you were almost able to build a full WhatsApp clone within a few minutes of time. With that said, you could have multiple screens together, designed for multiple form factors using the same notation, the same algorithms, and then you could put them all together using a composable called nav host, which is a bit advanced for this session, but just giving you a clue. You could search about nav host navigation, architecture, and that would give you a lot of depth into how you could integrate multiple screens together. Like for example, when the user pressed on the particular chat element in the screen, how would he navigate to the next screen which would actually find all the messages? So all these are a bit advanced concepts which I'm not able to cover in this session right now, but that's something which you could take a deep dive into. That brings us to the end. But that doesn't mean you stop here. You never know where you might reach. I too started my Android development when I was in 8th grade, but my passion to develop applications started when I was in 2nd grade, when I was trying to explore and answer my curiosity that ignited when I was wondering, why use an app made by someone? There's always a room for improvement. Why not build an app that answers for that improvement? Why don't I make my own application with a better design or user experience? Maybe I could even build a better Gmail in terms of design, or build a better YouTube. Who knows? Maybe you could be the one who could build the next Google. So never stop exploring. Just unleash the curious one in you wherever you go and whenever you go, and learn new things. See you soon on the Compose trail. Can't wait to meet you in person. Till then, you can check out my GitHub profile, which houses over 50 plus projects that you could go and explore, or reach out to me on Instagram or Twitter, or you could just head out to check out my Google developer profile. Hope I was able to spread out and infect you all with a bit of inquisitivity and enthusiasm, and never-ending love for Compose. That's all from me now. Till we compose again. Bye bye. Ta-da.
Yes. Thanks Manas for sharing an amazing session on Compose. Next up, we have Loveleen, who is also an Android developer facilitator, who will be talking about Compose. Over to Loveleen.
Hello everyone, I'm Loveleen Kaur. So today we are going to discuss about Compose Your App. Before starting the topic, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Loveleen Kaur, currently working as software engineer Android at Astrotalk. I'm also core team member of Google Developers Group Chandigarh, Android educator at Android Educators Community India. I basically develop native mobile Android applications. I'm technical speaker at several events and technical events, and also I'm happy Android developer. So, firstly, I will discuss about the agenda of this talk, that which topics I'm going to cover about Jetpack Compose. So, firstly, we will going to discuss about exactly is Jetpack Compose, and basically why Google is recommending us to adopt Jetpack Compose over XML, which apps are currently using Jetpack Compose, the apps which are available on Play Store also, and what is the difference between XML and Compose, because we are using XML from last few years, like when Android development came into existence, we are using XML from that point of a time, and when now Google is recommending us to adopt the Jetpack Compose. What are the reasons behind this? And what are the various layouts available in Compose? Because whenever we are going to make any UI related to Android, we are going to use some layouts. And what are the available layouts in Compose? And what exactly is modifiers? Because we want to beautify the things, we are going to use the modifiers, so I'm going to talk about modifiers also. And if you are new to Android development, and also if you already know Android development but you are new to Jetpack Compose, so what are the exact pathways to learn Compose, and how you can earn digital badges with the help of those pathways, and what are the different resources for learning Compose. So we are going to discuss about all these things, and I will try to cover all these topics because these are the necessary topics for Compose. So let's just start. Okay. So, before introducing Compose, I just want to, clear one thing, that what is the exact problem with the existing UI? Because currently we are making UI in Android. We are making UI in Android from last few years, and we are already using XML. Yes, we have several layouts also, and Google gave us a number of layouts for responsiveness also. Like if I want to make some responsive design in Android application, we already have a constraint layout. If I talk about before constraint, we have linear layout, we have relative layout, we have frame layout, we have number of layouts in XML. And also currently I cannot see any problem in those XML, because we can make any designs with the help of those XML code. But still, Google introduced Compose, so it means that there must be some problem with the existing UI components. So if I talk about the problems, that basically XML is the imperative solution for UI development. And if I talk about Compose, Compose is basically a declarative UI component. Like whenever I have to design any screen, if I talk about, for example, login screen, I have to make two edit text for taking the input for email and password, and there should be one button for just clicking that if those email and password is correct or not. For this, I just need to make two separate files. One is XML file, and second one is Java or Kotlin file. So what exactly I am going to do, that I will put all the design related things in that XML file, and I am going to do all the business related logics in that Java or Kotlin file. It means that even for creating a very simple UI, I just need to create two different files for UI and business logic. But if I talk about Compose, then for any type of screen, for any type of UI, you just need to create a one single file, that is Kotlin file. You just have to create one Kotlin file. In that Kotlin file, you are going to write all the code for UI part, and also for all the business logic. So this was basically problem with the existing UI, that is XML. So Google introduced Compose for as a solution of this problem, and that's why we are going to use Compose in our upcoming project. So if I talk about Compose, so Compose is modern UI development toolkit, and it is basically the toolkit which provide the modern solutions, and it is basically fully built with Kotlin. It's mean that if you are going to implement Compose, that means you must know Kotlin. You cannot implement Jetpack Compose with the help of Java. And also it simplifies and accelerates UI development. The reason behind is that we can make a composable function, and we can use those composable function number of times. We can make those composable functions as a utility functions also. And yes, it is going to reduce a less like a number of code. Why? The reason behind this, that we are going to create just one single file, and it is basically a modern UI toolkit. So it is very easy to make UI with the help of a Compose with less number of lines of code. And there are so many Kotlin APIs, and there are so many powerful tools that are associated with Compose. And if you are going to make your application with the help of Compose, it is going to reduce your development time, and also it is going to reduce a line of code for you. So, like I already talked, that yes, Compose apps are going to be written in the Kotlin language only, because if you know already Java, and if you are like planning to implement Compose with the help of Java, it is not going to be possible, because you can write the Compose code only with the help of Kotlin. And Kotlin is also the official language recommended by Google for Android app development. So if you are currently doing Java, it is high time to switch to Kotlin, because Google is going to launch so many things in future also that are going to be available only in Kotlin. So yes, it is a high time. So next one is which apps we are going to use for Compose from last few months. You can see so many popular icon in this slide. There is a icon of Play Store, Hotstar, Twitter, Paytm. So whatever icons I put in this slide, these apps are currently using Compose for a few part of application, not for fully, like, but few parts. Because whenever Google is launching something, Google firstly introduce those concepts in their own application. So if I talk about Gmail, Google Maps, Google Drive, Facebook, and there are also so many applications that are associated with Google. So all those applications are currently writing their code in Compose. So our next slide is telling us the difference between XML and Compose. I'm also Android developer, like I am doing Android development from last few couple of years. So I'm also implementing XML. But now, like Google introduced Compose, so I can also relate with this slide that there is a number of differences between XML and Compose. In the starting, I discussed one thing that in XML, basically, whatever we are writing, the code we are writing in imperative way. But in Compose, yes, it is a modern toolkit, and we are implementing all the code in a declarative way. In XML, basically we bind views. We can bind views with the help of view binding or one-way binding. There are a number of ways to bind your XML views to the Kotlin or Java file. But like in Compose, we are writing the same code in the same file. So we have a Compose components. We have a different composable functions. So yes, in Compose we are using Compose components, and in XML we assess properties of XML component with the help of getter. And if we want to set some data, we are using setter. But in Compose we have a declarative way. We have states, we have events, we have Compose components, and if like you can differentiate between XML and Compose. So Compose, as it is a modern toolkit, so it is going to be very easy to implement Compose in your application. Okay, so this is like the coding wise difference between XML and Compose. If like I have to print just a hello world in my Android application with the help of XML, what I need to do? Firstly, I'm going to use text view. I'm going to give one ID to that text view, and after that I'm going to set the width and height of that component. And after I am mentioning text, that is hello world, and I am getting this string from strings.xml. And if I want to beautify that text view with the help of text color and text size, basically in XML I have to give the properties to the text view, and we can use these properties with that component. It's mean that I have to write 6 to 7 line of code just to print hello world with some of formatting with the help of XML. But if we are going to perform same thing with the help of Compose, what we need to do, that we have to make one function that is basically a composable function, obviously, and I'm using here @composable annotation with it, and under that I am using again one composable function, that is text, and in that text we are passing 3 values, just 3 values. The first one is going to what exactly we need to print in the screen, that is hello world. Second one is going to be the color of that text view, and third one is going to be the font size, that is 50.sp. You can see exactly the number of lines are very less in Compose, and also the number of words for that particular code. And if like we see the XML part, that is very lengthy. So yes, you can accelerate your UI development with the help of Compose, because Compose is basically a declarative UI toolkit, and it is going to make your life very easy. So Jetpack Compose is love that makes Android developers happier. Yes, of course. In starting slide, I mentioned there that yes, I am a happy Android developer. Why? Because of Compose. Because now we have flexibility to use Compose in our Android application, and it is going to make you also happy. If I talk about layouts in Compose, there are basically 3 layouts in Compose, that is column, row, and box. So these are very simple layouts. In general English, we also know the meaning of column and row. So yes, it is exactly the same. For column, the vertical basically arrangement is called column. If I want to print anything, that is going to be vertical. Here you can see there is welcome. Under welcome there is word to. Under to there is one word, that is droid.con. If I want to print something like in vertical arrangement, then we can use column. So here in coding, also coding part, you can see I mentioned one column, that is composable function. Under column I'm going to use one text, then again text, then again text. It means that if we want to print anything in the vertical arrangement, we are going to use a layout, that is column. And yes, row is going to be the opposite of column. If we want to print something in the horizontal arrangement, then we are going to use row. So here you can see there is welcome to droid.con. So in this sorry, yeah, in coding part I just wrote column, but you can assume it is row. It is just one mistake from my side, that in row basically what exactly we are going to perform, we are going to use row composable function, and in that function we are going to use three text, and you can print the components in the horizontal arrangement. And the last one layout is basically the box. If you want to combine the row and columns, and for example, if you want to perform nesting, you have one column, then you have row, then again column, again column. If you just want to perform any type of nesting, if you want to perform any type of mixture of row and column, then you must use box. If you know Android development, then you must hear about one layout, that is relative layout. So relative, you can just relate a box with the relative layout. What exactly relative layout is doing that, in relative layout we can arrange the components in our own custom manner. Exactly the box is going to do that. If we want to print the things in our own manner, then we can use box. Okay, so this is a very interesting topic, that is modifiers. So modifiers itself is saying that it is going to modify something. Yes, you are right. So if you know HTML, because I think so developer knows HTML or CSS. So what exactly CSS is going to do with HTML, the same thing modifier is going to do with the composable function. Let us suppose if I want to show one button in the screen, but now my requirement is that I want to make that button beautiful. I want to give one custom background to that button. I want to increase the font size. I want to put that button in the center of the screen and all those things. It means that if I want to put a number of properties associated with that button, how I can do that, we can use modifiers with that function. It means that if we are going to add any decorations or style, we are going to use modifiers. And modification work is also going to work in a sequential manner. Here the sequential word is very, very, very important. Why? Because sequential means in XML we cannot repeat the properties. It means if I am going to give padding to the text view, I cannot repeat the padding. If I am going to change the font size of that text view, I can only mention font size single in that particular code. But if I talk about compose, we can repeat the properties. For example, I want to give margin and padding both to my button. How I can implement this? I'm going to give padding firstly, and for example I'm going to give padding equal to 10 dp, and again I'm going to give padding to that particular button 10 dp. It's mean that first padding is going to work like a margin and second padding is going to work like a padding. That's why it is important that modification things are going to work only in the sequential manner. If I'm going to write the first padding in the first number, it is going to work like a margin, and second padding is going to work like a padding. So yes, it is very important. So if I talk about the pathways, So pathways are basically designed by the Google. So if there are like three categories for the pathways related to Android and Compose. If you are like very fresh to Android development, you know nothing about Android development, then you should go for the first pathway. The first pathway is going to tell you firstly about Kotlin, after that about Android and Compose. And the second pathway for the persons who already know Android development but they do not know Kotlin. In that pathway, you should firstly go for Kotlin, and after that, you can directly jump to Compose. You can skip the Android part. And the third pathway is going to be for those people who already know Android, who already know, Kotlin, but they do not know Compose. Then you can directly jump to Compose. That is for like experienced one, and you can select the pathway according to your experience, according to your knowledge. And when you are going to complete those pathways, there are going to be a number of activities in those pathway. Like few of are going to be a videos, there are going to be articles, you just have to read it, there are going to be code labs, and when you are going to complete all those activities, in the last you are going to have one quiz. And after the completion of that quiz, and if you got the passing numbers, then you can earn digital badges. And these digital badges are going to be available in your Google profile, and you can also attach these digital badges in your LinkedIn profiles, in your resumes, or any other social medias, because these digital badges are going to be very helpful. Because if your resume is going to be shortlisted in some company, if you're going for interview and all those things, these digital badges are going to make you different from other like all candidates. So you can earn these digital badges with the help of these pathways. If I talk about the resources, whatever like I mentioned in this session, that references are taken from these websites. These all three are the official websites from the developer.android.com. You can just check out these websites for the detailed descriptions for any topic. And if you guys like have any doubts, or if you have any questions regarding Compose, regarding Jetpack Compose, regarding Android and everything, like anything related to Android, you can just connect with me any of the social medias, that is LinkedIn and Twitter. You can ping me there. I will happy to take your questions, and you can also just drop your questions in the comments of this YouTube video, and I am going to give you answers for all your queries, and I will be happy to help you. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Loveleen, for an amazing session on Compose. Manas and Loveleen surely possibly have made your day on the Compose with the amazing sessions being delivered by them. Next up, we have Vasanth, who will be talking about latest in Flutter. Over to Vasanth.
Hello everyone, this is Vasanth speaking from Visakhapatnam. Welcome to DevFest Ludhiana 2022. I hope you are having a great time over there. So I am speaking from Visakhapatnam. I am a part of the community GDG Vizag over here. So today I'm here to discuss about the latest things happening in Flutter. So today my talk is going to be about latest in Flutter. So before getting started, let me introduce about myself in a short while. So I'm currently working as a software engineer at Multiple, and I'm previously worked at Avibus as well. So I'm pretty much active in the community as well. You can find me on YouTube at the channel Infitech. I have around 80 plus explanatory videos related to all tech, and you can follow me on GitHub as well at Vasanth Korada, and I have around 30 plus open source repositories, and I have around 9 plus apps published on Play Store as well. You can check them out at using this search query. And I've won multiple hackathons in the past as well. So I primarily work on technologies like Flutter, Golang, Android, Kotlin, AWS, and React.js. So that's pretty much about me. Now let's get started. So the agenda is going to be very simple. So we are going to welcome the latest Flutter update, which is the Flutter 3.3 as of now, and we are going to discuss some of the updates which were released as part of Flutter 3.3. So we are going to discuss about selectable area, we are going to discuss about Scribble, we are going to discuss about material design 3 and Flutter, and we are going to discuss about some updates related to Flutter desktop, and at last we are going to discuss some updates related to the package improvements and package enhancements and other updates as well. So now first let's welcome the Flutter 3.3, which is the latest Flutter's version, which was released on the end of August. So it was released as they are calling it as a Flutter Vikings version. So yeah, it was released on 31st August, and since the release of Flutter 3, Flutter has merged 5,687 pull requests. So that is a very good number, I could say. So I think that those pull requests have solved many issues. So, and also this latest release of Flutter has brought updates to Flutter web, desktop, and some text editing and text handling improvements as well. And there are some exciting updates to the Go router package, which we will be discussing further, and also some updates related to the dev tools and some VS Code extensions also. So the first update which I am excited to share with you all is the selectable area widget. So this widget, and before this update, there is no way that you can default have the selection of all the text in your application, like it could be your mobile app or it could be your web app. But in the native web apps, you can select your text like very easily. But until before this update, you cannot select your text in your web app. But from now, so with this widget, if you wrap your children in this selectable area widget, that means all your children widgets are now selectable as shown in the below illustration. And you can wrap your entire root widget. Let's say you can wrap your scaffold widget with the selection area widget, so that your entire child tree is now selectable, and this could be primarily usable in your Flutter web apps, and all thereby it brings you the native web application experience to your users. So this is the one update where all the Flutter developers have been waiting, who are developing Flutter web apps very actively. And let's talk about the next update, and the next update is something which is called Scribble. So any iPad users, if you're an iPad user, you might use your Apple Pencil and write it on the application text fields, and it converts to the actual text. So that happened in the native iOS apps. But from now, if you have Flutter 3.3 with your projects, so this Scribble feature is automatically enabled. So any user using the help of Apple Pencil can write it on the text fields of your app, so that it automatically converts to the actual text. So this is a very cool feature which I like it very lot. So this feature is enabled by default on Cupertino text field, normal text field, and editable text field as well. So this is about Scribble, and now let's talk some updates related to Material 3 design system. So as you know, Material Design 3 system is pretty new, which was introduced by Google. So if you wanted to use this design system, you have to make use of this Material 3. You need to enable it to true in your theme data widget, and that gives you the scope to implement the Material Design 3 system as well. So with this, they have given some things as well. So they have brought updates to the icon button, chip widgets, filter widgets, and as you can see, you can build these kind of icons with the Material Design 3. You can have some different types of chip widgets like input chips, filter chips, action chips, and also the choice ships as well. And they have given us a demo app, like you can find the updates related to material design. So you can create such kind of design elements in using material design 3 system. So with this URL, they have provided us a demo app so that you can have a look at the latest updates related to the material design 3. And they have also given us two kind of app bars. One is the medium app bar and the other is the large app bar, unlike the sliver app bar which we used previously. So that's about material design 3 updates in the latest Flutter release. So now let's talk about the latest updates related to the Flutter desktop. So the this update is something like previously, when Flutter developers were building desktop applications, they need to manage the application version which is specific to the Windows application. So this behavior was inconsistent because they were setting the application version for the Android, iOS or the web in the perspective.yaml, and for Windows they are setting it to a file specific to the Windows application. But from now on, with this update, developers can manage application versions for desktop apps in the perspective.yaml only. So that means now managing your application version and releasing auto updates to your app is now easier and consistent across all platforms, including Android, iOS, web and desktop. So this is one good update for Flutter desktop developers. So, and some updates related to packages are like one important update they have released is they have published a new version for the Go Router package. So Go Router package is developed by Flutter team. So that is the package, like it is the extension version of the native navigation API which was given by the Flutter by default. So this package is something like you can implement URL like navigation system like the native web apps. So that means you can use URLs like it. This package makes it easy to handle deep links. The one cool feature for this package is the shell routing, which is mostly useful when you're building an screen which has a bottom navigation bar. So that they have bought it with a shell router, and with Go Router you can also handle redirect URLs, like you want to redirect to other URL when a user clicks on a particular URL. Depending upon the state of your application. So basically, to have a URL like navigation, so this package is very helpful, and they've bought some important updates to this package as well. So go please check at this package in the pub.dev site. And some updates related to the VS Code extension is like now you can add package dependencies right from your VS Code separated by comma. Now you can add multiple dependencies separated by comma right from your VS Code environment only. So other updates are like for Flutter Dev. These are the other updates as part of the Flutter 3.3 version. They have brought some updates to minor updates to DevTools, like they've made some UX and performance improvements to DevTool, and they've made some raster cache improvements, which means that now the loading time of the images from your assets has been improved 2 times, which was there previously. So they are saying that loading images from your asset is now 2x from the previous versions. And they also said that iOS pointer compression is disabled. And for the fourth one, platform dispatcher.on error, like previously you need to define your custom zone to handle the exceptions or errors across the app. So now you can define this callback platform dispatcher.on to handle your exceptions and errors across your app. And they're also sunsetting the Mac OS versions 10.11 and 10.12. So the minimum version for the Mac OS application is 10.13, which is the high Sierra version, and they're also deprecating the 32-bit iOS, like they will not be supporting iOS 9 and iOS 10 versions because of the very less usage for iPhone 4s, iPhone 5 and iPhone 5s, so they're not supporting for that. So you can check all these updates at this URL. You can check all the latest updates happening at this URL. You can just go to the browser and go to this URL. You can read about all the updates which we have discussed in detail. So this is the official blog written by the Flutter team about the latest update on latest Flutter version 2.3. So that's all about latest in Flutter. I hope I have given some latest updates regarding to Flutter. So I thought these are some important updates that I could share with you all today. So yeah, I hope you are having a great DevFest today at Ludhiana, and I'm happy that I could share some information with you. You can follow me on LinkedIn as well at Vasanth Korada and Instagram as well. So that's all. Thank you. Have a great day.
It's really amazing to see such amazing updates and hearing about that from Vasanth. On the Flutter side, the people who are working on or developers who are working on Flutter, we have something amazing for you as well. We have Ravinder with us who will be talking about Flutter for games, and he'll be walking through to build up a game as a walkthrough session in the event. Over to Ravinder.
Hello everyone, a very warm welcome to this session that is Let's Gamify Flutter. I hope you are all well and really excited for this session. I myself have been waiting for this session since long because I wanted to tell the beauty of Flutter by in another domain, that is gamifying. So what we have to learn in this session is all about games and how to build games on Flutter. So I hope you are all really excited, and let's get started. So my name is Ravinder, and I would like to firstly tell you about myself that I am Flutter lead at GDSC and ITJ. And a quote that I say about myself is I develop masterpieces on deadline. So just for fun, it's actually that I love to work on deadlines. Like I build some great things when I'm under pressure. So maybe some people will think it's negative, but it's not negative. Also, it's positive thing that I can build. I know my power that I can build something in a really less time also. So let's get started ahead. That's why actually I chose Flutter. You can also think about this, that the Flutter is so easy that you can build at any time, and that's why I prefer the domain Flutter. So let's get see the timeline of today's session. So in today's session, what we will do is firstly we will have the main flow. That is, the main flow of the session will be introduction, and then we will get to know how to build a game, and then walk through the code, and then I'll share the resources, and then you can post your doubts on my web handles, LinkedIn, or anywhere on social media. Pinging me in so that I can reply to you. So after that, the bonus tips that you will get along with these things is that in introduction we will cover the features of Flutter, and in how to build we will also get to know how Flutter works, and in walkthrough we will get familiar with that. And while sharing the sources, you will also get connected to me. Okay. So, what is Flutter? How many of you know Flutter? I think most of you will have already worked on Flutter. That's why you are listening to this session. I think this is actually, I'll keep it intermediate. So, whosoever knows about Flutter, it's very good. Still, I'll try to make it for beginners too. So, Flutter is an open source framework by Google for building beautiful natively compiled multi-platform from a single code base. This is actually a definition that Google itself gives to its Flutter. So, what Flutter is an open source framework. So, open source things are already better than the things that are built privately. So, you know that open source, there are a lot of developers all over the world contributing for a greater cause. So what we have is that it can build beautiful. That is because we can touch every pixel of the screen for every screen. For every screen, I mean multi-platform. That's what we can say the Flutter is built for. It is built to make games on mobile or everything. We can make applications for mobile, for desktop, for PC, for smartwatches, for even for the devices inside the car. We can make for any screen or on any OS. So actually the single code base is natively compiled. The code that is built, it is compiled different for every different platform. So that's what makes Flutter really well to perform for everything. Like we have to build differently, but write only a single code. So let's switch to the next, and that is about games. So what happens when we see games in our mind, like we are going to develop games? I think most of you get excited, but then we remember our childhood, how our mom scolded us like, don't play games, these are not good, like this. You are wasting your time, your career, and everything. But what happens when we build game, when we become a game developer? We are actually building a career in games only. We can play them, we can also learn from them. So that's why I say games are experience machines. They are actually a part of culture, and not only the games don't only entertain us, but they also have a message in them that we can easily bring out to to the children who are playing, and also we can make them more better on some basic logic parts that they fail to perform in the classrooms or schools, that they fail to learn in their schools. So that's why I think that like making games is also a good domain to work on. So Flutter not only allows us to build applications just for some other purposes, but also is allowing us to make games for all the platforms. So that's why when we want to learn Flutter, what we have to see is how to build games using Flutter also. So to build games using Flutter, we have to use a Flutter Casual Games Toolkit. That is an official toolkit given by from by the Flutter itself. They have actually a repository on the GitHub that I'll show you in the later part. And in that repository, they already have some components that we can directly bring out in our code, bring into our code, and then we can use them to make Flutter games, and then we can work on these games. So why to use it is also another beautiful question that we have to look into. Like, why shall we use Flutter only? Why shall not we use the C++? Or because the C++ and all other languages in which we can develop the games, the Java and these games, Python, that are built on, these are actually difficult languages, and it takes a lot of code and a lot of time to build these games. It is hard, much harder. But if we want a simple game with a simple UI or something that doesn't require a greater, much powerful engine, still we have the greater big engines also that we can integrate using Flutter. But still, if we need a simple game, and that is that to cross-platform, that we have to write the code only once, then the best I'll say is Flutter. So also it is trendy. You can see the trend that is on trends.google.com. You can see like in Google Trends, if you see the last 5 years, what was the trend about Flutter? Just let it load. Yeah, so it has loaded. So you can see, like, if I compare the results between Flutter, React Native, Xamarin, Kotlin, and Kotlin multi-platform, you can see like the Flutter has hyped so much, and there is a so much lead with other languages. So none of the languages can compete with Flutter right now. So I would like to bring all the audience towards this new technology that is Flutter. So what is another beauty of Flutter? That is Flutter is all with widgets. So what widgets are is actually you can use the widgets to build components, and you can directly use those components. That is actually in React also. You can see that everything is a component, so you can access every pixel of the screen. You can make some small components. You don't have to write the code again and again. You can just call those components into your code, you passing some variables in the function, and then you can use them. So this all we'll look into how it is done. Just now recognize the how much powerful the Flutter is. So we have another package for Flutter, that is Flame package, and Flutter works really well with this package. I personally have used this, and I like to show you, like, this is the package that is named as Flutter. You can easily get it on pub.dev, and this site has all the packages that can be integrated with Flutter. You can see, like, its documentation is also given. So once we go to the documentation, you can see how great the documentation is. File structure, game, you can get everything here, like the game loop, how to loop the game. Code snippets also are there. You can see the components, also the life cycles have been shown. You can see, I'll show you once again. This is the game loop. So once you visit the game loop, you can see this is the code snippet, and this is also the life cycle given, like what happens when we run this, if added a new parent, what where it will go. And if we see the components, then also you can see, like, a small code snippets with the life cycle is given here, like what happens on remove and what is happening everywhere. So these are some small snippets also, like we are getting canvas, and all these the components can be easily used or integrated with our Flutter app. You can just write the if once you just install that plugin, that is Flutter, and that is Flame plugin, and that Flame plugin is also just one line code. You have to write in that. You can see, for installing, you have to just write this command in your terminal, or you can write dependencies flame greater than 1.5 version. So once you write this, you will get the flame package, and then you can import it using this line: import package flame.art. And using this package, you can do various of activities. You can make components, you can get effects, you can get camera and viewport. You can once I'll show you some of them. So these are some effects, like move by effect, rotate effect by, scale effect. You can easily check out some of them, like you want color effect. So effect controller is also there. For what duration do you want to see this? And you can see in this effect controller there are more options, like whatever you want to do, like you want to reverse the duration curve, or at max or at min duration you want something to be done, so you can do all of these things. So it's quite easy. So coming back to PPT, what we were learning is how to build games, and we will look into the code of these games also. But firstly, let us try playing some games. Like this is, I don't want to keep the session boring, so let's try out some games that are built on Flutter. You can see there are two games that I've linked that are actually live on the Flutter website only. That is, one is the Planets game, and the other game that I would like to show you is pinball game. So we have two games. So in the Planets game, you can see this is for a full computer screen. So if I open the console, if I'm opening the console, you can see it automatically makes it smaller. Actually, I closed the console from the other screen. Let me just open it again. So this was our screen. Now let us open the console again. Just pressing Control Shift I will open this. So once the console has been opened, you can see that, like, this is so much responsive. Once I go to the large screen, you can see that, like, this has been built for large, also for medium, small, and these are actually mobile screen. And if you open the same website, that is fphplanetsweb.app, then you will also get the same interface on your mobile also. And also, if you install this using .apk file in your mobile, then also you will get the same interface. So this is how beautiful it is. You can see on laptop also, on tablet also, it automatically shifts itself and gets arranged according to whatever the game is. So you can see this io.pinball. This also has a web application that you can, as it is, install in your computer. So that's how amazing the Flutter is. You can actually switch to anything and everything at any time. So this is again a multi-platform game. I'll press the Control Shift I again. So you can see now I have again went into responsiveness, and for tablet also, for mobile also, you can see it is getting converted and it is being responsive. So that's how beautiful the Flutter is. Let's try something out. Let's play also. Right now, I only have this dash. Actually, this cute little bird is dash. It is a symbol of Flutter, and actually, one of its eyes bigger than the other because when the logo designer had designed him at that time, it was he built by mistake one eye bigger than the other. But right now, they are using just similar eyes. So this is a dash named bird, and let's get started with this. I have not unlocked any much of the characters because I haven't played much. So this is how to play. Some tips, and you can see like they told like on pressing space, the ball will drop down, and we have to release that so that the ball goes up. And here, wherever the ball hits, we will get some. We will add the scores here, so the score is actually getting added, and like you can see the ball is coming. So we can again push it back using the left and right arrow. So this is how the game is being played, and you can see like easily we are how easily we are playing the game and how easily it is built. It will not be much difficult to build such a game using Flutter. You can see that this is multi-platform also, and it is easy to play and build. You can see the UI everywhere, the functionality, the functions, and everything is getting maintained so that now the ball count has been increased to 2, and you can see the controls and you can see the speed also. The game is working really well and at a good speed. Like if I press the buttons all together, then also it is working. So this is easy. You can also build such games. I have muted the sites because I didn't like the voice actually very much, but we can integrate voices also. So why only play? Let's learn how to build rather than making games. Let's now be the independent game developers and choose to play games, make games rather than only playing them. Uh, so let me show you some of the game codes that are actually there. If we go to this Flutter, this same that I mentioned below, the Flutter Casual Games Toolkit, what it is I'll show you. Just let's see. Sorry for the network. So as you can see, the site has been loaded. So this is the Flutter Casual Games Toolkit where the Flutter offers you the power to build games. So you can see the features. Main features are single code base. You have to just write once and then you can deploy it in both iOS and Android. Also, you can build a web app, and it is already integration ready. So you have all the components that you can integrate as it is. Like you can add Google Ads, you can add them. You can add in-app purchases. You can add Firebase. You can also integrate the Game Center and Play services into your application just by typing few lines. So it is also an open source, so there is nothing hidden, no black boxes are there, so you can easily build and look into what else can be built. So these are some games, like you can see these are Flutter games that are built on Flutter only. So these games you can just download them anytime on your phone and try them out. So this is some chest variants. Maybe you might have played some of one or two of them if you already knew about Flutter games. So this is a super tic-tac-toe that I'll show you in some time also. This is actually built for mobile phones, and also for the web app we can play it. You can see like it is working on all type of screens, and this is actually built by a person from Flutter, it's a Flutter community itself, Philip. So I'll show you his code. This is a Tom, Toad, and Planets, and Pinball.io we already have played. So these games were actually in the web application form only. So we clicked on them, and I have already showed you like how it is working. So for building your first game, you can get the template from here, just clicking by get the template. So this is how the Flutter is helping you. Flutter is actually giving you a template where you have to just go on their this GitHub samples, and in that samples you will get the game template. And in this repository you can see like you will get sounds, music, main menu screens, ads, in-app purchases, everything, as you can easily get them. Crash reporting, with the crash reporting, because if the game crashes once you are playing, then all the data will be lost. There will be no one to keep the progress. So that is why we have this thing where we can actually keep a session of every player different, and we can also store the player progress. We have everything like settings and styling that person can change, a win game screen, and all those things are already provided you in this source directory. In this library you will get the sources, and all those sources you can just bring into your game, integrate them easily with a greater ease. So this is like you can also integrate the ads for revenue and music also. It is not like that you cannot make your own music or add your own music and sounds. You can add your own music and sounds. You can do anything and everything. It is based on only your creativity. Like whatever you want to make, how much ever you want to make your game creative, beautiful, or whatever you want to convey the message, whatever message it contains, you can just build from scratch anything. So it is just an application. You just have to write the codes respective to that. Also, for making it easier, they have actually provided these things. So what is Crashlytics? I would like to tell you about is it is crash with analytics. So you have to you will be aware of crashes, and you will be able to resolve them, and you will make sure that your game doesn't crash anytime. So for deploying it, you can use Flutter build and Flutter run, and I'll show you some codes that this Philip person has done. This Philip only has made this game uh, that is this tic-tac-toe. I'll show you. So you can see this is the Philips Tic-Tac-Toe official repository where you can get the code of this game. So in this game, you can easily see it is active also GitHub pages. I'll show you how this game looks like. This is a really beautiful game. So you can see the web app is also available. You can install it also, and you can see. So here is the game. Again, I can show you by using the inspect element that you can change by using the Control Shift I shortcut, that I can switch to any device, and then I'll be able to play. That you can see that there are some sounds also. I'm actually muting it here. Still, there is a functionality. I think here it is given. You can mute it from here also. So like you can see the level 1 and level 2. So if I go to level 2, so we get this grid, and then what we are getting is I'm placing crosses, and the other person, automatically the computer is placing random circles. So you can see for a normal tic-tac-toe that This is how the winning celebration is also done. You won, continue, screen, score, and time is also given. So this is how easy and simple game it is built, and you can I like to show you how you can build it for different platforms. What you have to do is just go here, look at this code, and this drop down will open, and here you can get the link, and you can use your PowerShell to clone this link. You have to just write git clone, and then you have to paste this link. Then you will get a clone of this whole repository. Otherwise, you can directly open it in GitHub desktop if you have the application, or you can download a zip. Once you download a zip file, what you have to do is after downloading a zip file, you will get all the code in your local, and what you have to just open a terminal, and then you have to write Flutter run. So as soon as you write Flutter run, it will ask you like on what browser shall we run it. So you can see there are two devices that is right now it is showing it is connected because the Flutter reads all the devices. One is the Chrome and the other is the Edge. There are actually two browsers on which we can run our game. So if I click one, then the Flutter will start building the application for the Chrome itself. So you can see it is in debug mode. There are actually two modes. That is, one is the production mode where Flutter runs. Flutter actually hides the error so that it doesn't show error screens to the production level APK. So in debug mode, we actually get error screens and we get to know like whatever the error it is, and then we can rectify it more easily. So actually debug mode is for used for debugging only. So till development we use this Flutter run like this only. So you can see, let it give some time to build. Till that time, I'll show you like these were the sources, and this was the main code of our tic-tac-toe. You can see all the packages have been imported. All the sources that we required are imported in this main screen. And the packages that this person has used is this Go router, and this Go router is used for routing. Logging is used for login. In-app purchases are used for purchasing something, and you can see Firebase is also used to store data. Game services is also used. So these are some packages that we are using to run this game. And once these packages are imported, we can just use these sources as well as these packages combined to make our game. You can see from starting what we are waiting for the Flutter Firebase to be initialized uh, so that the data doesn't be an issue. So we are storing actually the data on the Firebase to make a private session for every user. And then we have this in-app purchase controller, ads controller, everything where we are checking like what platform it is, or rather the person has purchased something or not. So in our application, this is how we are running our application. We are passing some variables like ads controller, game services, or these controller to control our game. I'll explain this code in a short span only because if I explain every file in every folder, then it will take a lot of time, and we don't have so much of time. But I'll try to cover up as much as possible so that you can easily get an overview and get how the game is getting built. So you can see here the routes have been built like for play, for session, what level it is, and then we have the won screen where if we use this go session, this session we have play session screen where the person can play the game. This is level selection screen where the person has to select the screen what level the person wants to play the game, and this is the win screen that we already saw. So this is everything that we are using. You can see also again another feature that is really beautiful, that is hot restart. And this hot restart feature is actually by hot reload can be used by just pressing small r or capital R. Capital R gives hot restart and small r gives hot reload. You can actually do anything, change anything, and then press small r, and it will automatically update. Like we used to do in web development, we were actually having a live server that actually if whatever we did on the Flutter, then it on the code that was replicated as it is. We didn't don't need to build it again and again. Similarly, we don't need to wait this much, and don't need to build it again and again. We can just write anything, change anything, and we will see it here. So you can see the game has run, and we are getting a debug. This wasn't before. We are getting this debug strip right now. This debug flag is right now available because of this reason only, that it is running in debug mode. So once you play, you can see this is the level selection screen. So we can do anything. We can change anything if we want to change the font. If we want to change the color, we can go anywhere in the sources and we can change it. So I'll show you something in the win game screen. So this is the win game screen. So in this win game screen, what we are doing, like we are getting the key and the score. And in this, we are actually building something where we are using this ads removal dot active. If the person has purchased or not, we are checking the controller. If the person has purchased his the premium version of the game or something like that, ad removal, then we will not show the ads. Otherwise, we will show him the ads. This is the banner ad widget. So you can see this is only using some of the sources and not all the sources. The ads controller, banner ad widget. So these ads you can easily integrate by using this, and in-app purchase is already there so that the ads can be removed. So you can also see, like we are showing you want text and the font family is permanent marker. Similarly, again, we have another center widget where we are actually everything is a widget right now. So that's how easily we can write the code, where we are writing the score and the time. Then we are giving a rough button where we are giving the continue. So you can easily see, like this is how the app was working. You can easily like win or lose. Once you win, you will get this win screen. You won the center text, and this center only was making it responsive. You can see there is nothing difficult to make it responsive or make it everything. It will automatically place the you won screen in the center only of the provided space. And then we have the rough button for continue. So that is how easy how easily we can use this widgets to build a screen in game. So you can see how easy was it to build a whole screen in this game, and we are just using the sources which are already provided by. We haven't given anything. We haven't. We just have written it in this. We actually linked all these pages, and we have got this game. So such a beautiful game, and such a powerful tool in our hands has been given by Flutter. So we can build up our own games easily. And also, I'd like to share something new, that is Flutter Casual Game Toolkit has its docs also. In docs also, they have referred to this. So you can see in the docs, they have also given the template app, the sample repositories, and you can see how to a video is also there, how to build your own Flutter game, and source code of tic-tac-toe game is also available, that I already showed you, like how it is built. And all these packages like provider, mobile apps, in-app audio players, and game services, they already are in that repository already called. So you have to just start using them. So this is how simple building the game has now become. So you can say yourself to be a game developer once you are able to build just a replica of this, or you want to edit it. You can edit it by yourself. You can make it according to whatever you want. You can update it. Do try some creative things, some beautiful things. Explore this domain. I'll really like to see some cool projects from your side too. So this is all about game development right now. There are many other things also. We can go deep into them. but I'll like to keep it not much bigger session, and I don't want to make the people like think that game development is hard or something. So you can see like the great games, a famous quote that is, great games are built with great engineering. So I would really love to see what great engineers are you. You shall try yourself some games, and you must build beautiful games, and I'll love to see all those. So, uh, congratulations, you have taken the first step to start building awesome Flutter games. You have also gone through some code. I'm sad for those who were not able to get the Dart language that I actually was not able to show. So that's why what I was saying, that it is for intermediate level only. Because once you go through the Dart, believe me, it is really easy. It is easier than Python. The language is really easy to understand and learn. Actually, the user interface UI, the beautification, the styling, and the performance, everything, the uh, functionality, everything is written in same code only, in same language only. So it will be easier to build anything. So, but still, if you expect like you will build the virtual reality VR games by just playing them, it isn't like so. You can see you need to invest a lot of time, because you need to be creative. You need to think a lot. You need to brainstorm over whatever the ideas you have. Then only you have to start the coding. Then once you start coding for the games, then also you will face a lot of issues and errors. Then you have to rectify all those errors. So I know making free games is hard, but it's also rewarding. So it's also rewarding. There is a proof for this also. Like, the people actually think the game is free to play, but actually in-game stuff or the ads earn you a lot. So you can see mobile games, just the mobile games, not only the PC, not mentioning the PC games, only the mobile games generated approximately 90 billion dollar revenue in 2021 across both the platforms, that is Android and iOS. So मेरे पास एक गेम है, पैसा ही पैसा होगा, है ना? स्कीम की जगह इस बारी गेम है हमारे पास, ठीक है? तो we must try not for the money, but for the greater cause, that I already told you, that they are experienced machines. You can convey a message also. You can let the people learn by playing game. You can be a part of the growth of the children. So there is another meme added by me that is completing and releasing a game. No, let's spend hours on making the game and end up incomplete. So that's what happening right now with me also. I am spending hours making a game, but still it is ending up incomplete. So I'll work on that, and I hope you all will also work on that. Finally, in someday it will get completed. So thank you. Feel free to connect with me. We'll love to see your games. So you can ping me on Discord, message me on Instagram, Twitter, or also on my LinkedIn. You will get the slides and the resources I have already told you, like wherever the site links that I went. You can also go through the resources that I'll add up in these slides. Also, you can visit all the links, and then you can start building and using all those templates or animations, so that your games look beautiful, and whatever your idea it is, it becomes successful. So that was all from my side. So thank you. Conclusion is that I hope that I was able to give you the pathway to build Flutter. Such an awesome audience I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Ravinder, for amazing session, and it was really great to have a walkthrough. and I was so amazed and surprised to build up a game within a one walkthrough. I'm not sure when in the last time I have made a game within a single workshop. Really thanks for you. Next up, we have Amrit from joining from Google, who will be talking about Android security. Over to Amrit.
Hi everyone, I'm Amrit Sanjeev and I work as a developer relations engineer focusing on Android security in the Android developer relations team. Just a quick note before we start. This session is part of our cybersecurity roadshows program. The cybersecurity roadshows are designed to help you learn about the best practices for encryption, integrity, and overall app security lifecycle. All of these resources are intended to help you make the best of your app security journey. You can learn more about this using the link in the slide. Mobile devices are now become a major part of an individual's daily life activity, like managing finances, entertainment, education, and even communicating with others. For most of us, our mobile devices contain more of our personal and confidential data when compared to what's contained on our computers. The data here covers our contacts, mailing addresses, passwords, and even essential banking details. All of this points out to the importance of mobile security in today's world, as your phone becomes a value target for hackers. Let's start with some of the terms that you're going to come across when you start working in this area. The first one I want to introduce is the Open Web Application Security Project, which is a non-profit foundation that works to improve security of software. They have come up with the Mobile App Security Requirements and Verification, which is a standard that establishes security requirements for testing mobile app security. We call it MASVS for short. And the Mobile Testing Guide is a comprehensive manual that describes the technical process for verifying the points that are mentioned in the MASVS. Basically, MSTG is created based on MASVS, which is a standard created by OWASP. In short, this means that when you start your journey into app security, you can leverage the MSTGS to verify and test your mobile app security. MASVS defines app security requirements and verification requirements under several categories as shown in the slide here. Depending on the nature of your application and the problem that you're trying to solve, you can use these set of guidelines. They include requirements right from architecture and design to cryptography, how data should be stored, to code quality, and even build settings. When we look at testing guides, there are usually two categories that we want to touch upon: static and dynamic analysis. The main difference between this is that static analysis, we understand the working of the binary without running it, while in dynamic analysis, we get the knowledge about the working by executing the binary and observing its behavior. Static analysis include techniques like asset analysis, where the focus is on the application entry points, hard-coded secrets, external libraries, etc. And code analysis techniques like reverse engineering, where we try to understand the logic of the application, identify the weakness in code based on the protocols used, etc. At the same time, dynamic analysis focus on identifying how the binary might be behaving when it's run on a rooted device, or by observing the things like data storage and logcat. It also focuses on gathering data using traffic analysis and code instrumentation when the application is running. Let's start with a recap of the anatomy of an Android application file, or APK in short. Source code in Java or Kotlin is converted to Java bytecode by using a Java compiler or a Kotlin compiler. And this is taken as input for the DEX compiler, which converts that into Dalvik bytecode, which is then added to your APK file. In case of a C or C++ file, it's converted into machine code, that's a .so file, and then added to your APK file. The APK file is basically a zip file that you can use any standard unzip tool to unpack. If you look at the unzipped output, it basically contains a manifest file, Dalvik bytecode, native libs, assets, along with other things. Now that we've taken a look at the Android application anatomy, let's start by taking a deeper look into static analysis. Let's start by looking at the manifest file. There's a lot of information here. Manifest files contains information like the kind of permissions used by the application, the manifest attributes, the exported components, the intent filters, and much more. This additional information can help an attacker plan how to hack the app and get the user data or run code with malicious intent. In case of software engineering, we go from design to code to compilation and finally the binary for execution. Reverse engineering is exactly the opposite of this process, where we take the binary and then try to convert it into code so that we can gain a better understanding of the logic of the application or the libraries and protocols that are used within the application. There are several tools in the market with different capabilities that help with reverse engineering. One thing to note here is that you don't always get the exact code back when you reverse engineer. Things like variable names, function names, etc. usually differ, but reverse engineering does allow the attacker to gain an understanding of the logic used and gain additional information that will help plan an attack. Another thing to keep in mind is that just like there are tools for reverse engineering, there are tools and techniques that developers can use to make it more difficult for an attacker to reverse engineer. Depending on the nature of the use case solved by the application, devs can decide what additional steps are needed. For example, a banking application might need a lot more security from reverse engineering compared to something like a to-do list manager. Let's now switch to dynamic analysis. To recap, this is where the attacker is going to gain more information by executing the binary and observing the behavior of the binary. Let's start with a classic man-in-the-middle attack, which basically is a way of gathering information by analyzing the data passed between the application and the server. This is done either to eavesdrop or to impersonate one of these parties, making it appear as if a normal exchange of information is underway. The goal of the attack is usually to steal personal information such as login credentials or credit card numbers or account information. Broadly speaking, a man-in-the-middle attack is equivalent to your mailman opening your bank statement record, writing down your account details, and resealing the envelope and delivering it to your door. There are several tools that will help in this sort of an attack, and generally, attackers rely on them to execute this attack. Another technique used is called storage monitoring, in which the attacker will observe the changes in the file system when an application is executing. Looking at the data stored in things like database, shared preferences, etc., allow the hacker to gain insight into the application data and how it is used by the application. Storage security can encompass hardware management, application development, network security controls, communication protocols, and physical security and user behavior. Next up is behavior analysis. In this technique, the attacker tries to gather information by executing the code in different conditions and observing the change in behavior, for example, running the app in a rooted device or by observing the error messages that come on the screen. An example here could be a login screen in an application. If the application upon login says that the user ID is incorrect, that gives the hacker additional information that that particular user ID is not registered. Instead, if the app was actually going to say that the user ID password does not match, that additional information is not shared with the attacker. And the second is a better way of actually communicating error messages. I also want to touch upon the topic of code instrumentation. These are techniques like method hooking that will allow you to bypass and run additional code along with the application code while it's running. Hooking is a computer programming term that refers to a collection of techniques employed to change how applications behave. Hooking involves the interception of function calls, system events, or messages, and the code snippets that perform these interceptions are called hooks. Malware uses hooking techniques to steal sensitive information like password and banking credentials. Hooking can also be used to monitor behavior, as in the case in performance benchmarking software, where hooks are used to provide input and output to system component temperatures, voltages, clock speeds, or frame rates. When you safeguard the data you exchange between your application and other applications, or between your application and a website, you improve your app's security and protect the data that you send and receive. If an implicit intent can launch two possible apps on a user's device, explicitly show an app chooser. This interaction strategy allows users to transfer sensitive information to an app that they trust. And in case that you're sending an intent that must be delivered to a specific receiver, you must use an explicit intent that declares the receiver by name. This means that the attacker cannot declare the same intent filter and make another app eligible for receiving this data. And when sharing data between two apps that you own or control, use signature-based permissions. These permissions do not require user confirmation and instead checks the apps accessing the data are signed using the same key. Therefore, these permissions offer a more streamlined and secure user experience. If your app is using new or custom certificate authorities, you should declare your network security settings in the configuration file. This process will allow you to create a configuration without modifying any app code. When it comes to securing data access, the OS will also provide security in terms of app permissions. App permissions help support user privacy by protecting access by restricting data, such as system state and user contact information, or by restricting actions, such as connecting to a paired device or recording audio. If you decide that your app must access restricted data or perform restricted actions, to fulfill a use case, declare the appropriate permissions. There are a couple of types of permissions that are there in Android, and I'll quickly run through them here. Normal permissions. They allow access to data and actions that extend beyond your app's sandbox. However, data and actions present very little risk to users' privacy and the operation of other apps. Then there is signature permissions. If your app declares signature permissions that another app has defined, and if two of these apps are signed by the same certificate, then the system grants permission for the first app at install time. Otherwise, the first app cannot be granted the permission. Runtime permissions, also known as dangerous permissions, are given to your app additional access to restricted data, and they allow the app to perform restricted actions that are substantially may affect the system or other apps. They present a dialog to the user, and user will have to explicitly provide access to the data. Then the last one is the special permissions. Special permissions correspond to particular app operations. Only the platform or OEMs can actually define these permissions. App permissions are built upon system security features and help Android apps support the following goals for user privacy. Firstly, control. The user can control the data, has control over the data that is being shared with the apps. Second is transparency. The user understands what data an app is using and why the app needs access to this data. Third is data minimalization. An app can access and use only the data that is required for a specific task or the action that the user invokes. Let's now move on to what you as a developer can do in order to improve security when storing data on the device. Store all private data within the device's internal storage, which is sandbox per app. Your app does not need to request permission to view these files, and other apps cannot access these files. Also, when a user uninstalls the app, the device will delete all these files from the internal storage. Backup and restore feature also allows you to back up the content, data, and settings of your phone to a Google account. While this is a super useful feature that lets you restore your backed up information to the original phone or to another Android device, backup and restore can give access to the private data, private directory data via the backup file. Specify the exclusion rules correctly to exclude the data that you don't want to be backed up. You can use external storage for large, non-sensitive files that are specific to your application and files that you want to share with other apps. All other data that you store on external storage should be encrypted to avoid unwanted access to the information. There are several recommended algorithms for this in Android, and you can choose one of them based on your security requirements. When using get shared preferences to create and access your app's shared preference objects, use the mode private. That way, only your app can access this information within the shared preferences file. If you're storing any sensitive information using shared preferences, please opt to use the encrypted shared preferences. Let's talk about some of the common app security risks that we see in apps regularly. Most of the apps use third-party frameworks or libraries. It's important that you don't limit your security test to just your code, that is the code that you write, but extend it to these external libraries also. And repeat your evaluation every time you upgrade the version of these libraries. All vulnerabilities, policy violations of third-party libraries that you've added to your application are attributed to your application, and hence it's critical that you ensure that your application security guidelines also apply to any code that is added to your application. Having a clear understanding of what information is collected by your analytics platform automatically is really, really important. Ensure that you only collect the information that is necessary and do not expose unnecessary user data to third-party platforms. And if you have a habit of having multiple analytics platform, do evaluate each one of them. Do also evaluate the policy changes that they might make halfway through the life cycle of the app, where they change what they're collecting. One of the most common mistakes that are totally unintended but exposes critical information is using log statements. Developers sometimes miss removing log statements that are added for debugging purposes, and they end up exposing critical information to an attacker. And it's a really easy way. You connect to ADB and you can start seeing all the information printed out by the application itself. But by using ProGuard rules, you can automatically remove all the log statements from a release build, and that way you don't have to worry about making this mistake or have any information leaked in this way. That brings me to the end of my session. Before you go, make sure that you check out our course on Security by Design on Play Academy. You can scan the QR code on the right or go to the short link. The course offers topics such as threat modeling, the security development lifecycle, and more best practices to build a safe and secure app. Hope all this information will help you improve your app security and safeguard your users' data. Thanks for watching. Bye, everyone.
Yes. Thanks, Amrit, for an amazing session on cybersecurity and Android security. It was really amazing, and I think equally important to understand about the security on making the apps, because at the end of the day, if we're not securing the data, it might not be a great user experience for the end users. The next up, we have a young entrepreneur joining GitHub who joined in the in-person as well, but now he'll be sharing about his journey being an entrepreneur at the age of 12. Yes, I'm talking about Divjot. Over to Divjot.
Hello everyone, my name is Joksimovic. I am 12 years old. Why? I am founder of Research Tech Community, Google Research Influencer, and I am also a technology research analyst. How I started my journey? I started my journey when I was in 4th class. My father wants to buy a new phone in lockdown 2020. Then I searched on YouTube that best phone under and I see many phones like that, and I watched many videos about that. And after a couple of days in my recommendation, I saw that how mobile applications are created, and I came interested in how. Then what I've done, I watched that video, and I got to know about coding, and that's really excited me a lot. That how applications are developed, like creating money. So that's it. And after that, I started researching more about on this, and I found many resources. But the thing is that I did not found the one stop for all programmers. Like, see, if when I want any resource, I have to visit billions of, like, thousands of websites, hundreds of websites, and after that I get an full stack resource. And when I think that I'm now intermediate level developer, I thought that now I should create a community which helps all programmers. So that's why I created SOS Tech community. In this community, I share many resources to learn, and we organize boot camps. For everything is for free. We provide free courses with certificates and many much more. Because we want to make this community as one stop for all programmers. That's why I have created this community, because I got to know about that this is the biggest problem that I see, because many people quit because they have lack of resources. There is no lack of resources in internet, but the thing is that you have to spend much time and you don't have that much time. So that's why I created one stop for all programmers. So that was it. And now I'm giving you five and one tips about programming if you are beginner. So first thing, the mistake that I have done was it this. I मैंने सारे resources एकदम से ही करने शुरू कर दिए, like मैं आज वो कर लिया, आज वो कर लिया, like Java. मैं Java का सीखा, I learned Python today, and that was this. And I'm doing it fast, like was gain knowledge, and that was the biggest I think mistake, because I had learned Python, Java, but when I started on competitive programming, I started CP, and then I got to know about, like, my scores are very down. But this is because I could not spend the time on the one particular language or one particular stack. So the first thing that I would suggest to you, if you are starting, you should focus on one programming language or one any stack that you want. Like if you are doing web development, then stuck with the web development, because if you change it, then see, if you have spent 2 months in web development, that's too much, guys. Because see, if you spend 2 months and after that you change your stack, like your mood switch to Java, like I learned the Java. So don't do like this. First of all, master the web development if you're doing any stack, this example. So first of all, master web development, then you should go for Java or any other particular programming language. So yeah, and second thing, many people ask what programming language they should choose when they are starting. So I would say Python. And why Python? Because Python is very easy language, and plus you will go to know about programming fundamentals. Because see, if you are new to programming, so what you will observe that you will, if you learn any hard language ना, you will think that नहीं मेरे से नहीं होगा यार, मुझसे मेरे को नहीं होने वाला. So that was the thing. So आपको वो चेंज करना है कि आप छोटी सी प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज से स्टार्ट करो, जहाँ से आपको प्रोग्रामिंग फंडामेंटल्स क्लियर हो जाए, लाइक वेरिएबल्स, डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स वगैरह क्या होते हैं, थोड़ी इतनी सी नॉलेज आ जाएगी. उसके बाद आप जावा, C++, C# वगैरह यूज कर सकते हो. ठीक है, ये हो गया एक. और काफी लोग चाहते हैं ऐप डेवलपमेंट करना चाहता है. ऐप डेवलपमेंट के अंदर कौन कौन सी प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज आपको चूज करनी चाहिए? ऐप डेवलपमेंट के अंदर आई वुड से सी, यू कैन चूज सी, बट for Android development, I will suggest you to select Java and Kotlin. And if you want to develop app or iOS development, you can choose Swift programming language. Alright. Now many people want to develop games, right? So for games, you should choose C#. And for games, there are also some game engines like Unity, Sandbox, Unreal Engine. These are some examples of gaming engines where you can develop your own games. So now let's start with which is most used programming language and most loved programming language. So most loved and most used programming language was JavaScript. Yes, 86% market share is of JavaScript right now. So yeah, I would suggest that I would suggest you can learn JavaScript too if you are in web development. Like right, if you are doing web development, then I think you will familiar with JavaScript. And one more thing, the JavaScript copy you can say, that was TypeScript. You can use TypeScript also. TypeScript was very easy programming language, but I don't suggest because there is no like future in this. I think so, but many developers say that there is hype in market and this will be future of the world. So yeah, now अब जो नई टेक्नोलॉजीज आ रही हैं like Web 3.0, Metaverse, ये सब कुछ जो आ रहा है, क्या आपको इसके साथ जाना चाहिए? You should go with it. Yeah, sure, because अगर तुम Web 3.0 और या Metaverse के बारे में बात कर रहे हो, these are really future, ये सच में future है, right? So like NFT, crypto, this is future, right? This is future of internet. Oh, because see, nowadays we are living in Web 2.0. We are visiting websites, we are visiting social medias like these all are in Web 2.0. In Web 3.0, this was a virtual world like thing, like Metaverse, Metaverse is best example of virtual world. Like you can see, if you are doing, yeah, I'm sitting there, you can observe that after some, you can like you have sitting there, you can visit the whole world with help of Metaverse, right? So this is the most I think hyped. इस समय बहुत ज़्यादा हाइप है वेब 3.0 की, काफ़ी सारी वेब 3.0 की कम्युनिटीज आ रही हैं, इवन हमने भी वेब 3.0 पर फोकस करना शुरू कर दिया है. सो यही है. एंड या एआई वगैरह मशीन लर्निंग ये सब तो आपको पता ही है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा हाइप में है ही. सो या थैंक यू फॉर giving me opportunity. I am very thankful to Zipinder Pal sir. Thank you for giving me opportunity.
That was really motivating to see such a young age doing a lot of things at a younger age. Thanks, Divjot, for your time. Next up, we have Praseeda joining from GDSC Vizag, who will be talking about the coupling effect. Over to Praseeda.
Hello everyone, greetings. It is my great pleasure to connect with you all virtually and share some of my tiny learnings on such a great platform. Firstly, we are so happy for GDG Ludhiana as it celebrates its first ever DevFest. Our heartiest congratulations on this new milestone. We hope you have more laurels ahead. I am Praseeda Saripalle, a Google DSC lead from GVP College of Engineering for Women and an active core member of GDG Vizag. I call myself as an aspiring data enthusiast, but as I explore the depths of it, I do realize that it is not as easy as you say it though. Now, let me share a story. Adya is excited about receiving her guest. She asked her mom, who is coming to the home and how he is related to us. Mom replied, he is just an uncle to you. Adya insisted to go deeper with the relation. Maybe she hasn't realized the complexity associated with it. Upon insistence, mom explained the relationship. The guest is brother of your father's cousin's brother-in-law's wife's nephew's wife's brother. Okay, before you force me to stop it, as Adya too did, she was not just happy with the complex relationship that can be even conceived to open the knots. What do you think of the problem? Yes, the storage. The fact that you need to store individual persons' entities with too many relationships attached to them is perplexing, right? Okay, this is just for a family. What about storing the entire world relationship like this? Going deeper into the problem, let me take a different scenario. Working as an intern at an oncology-driven platform, an AI-based product company, I was able to closely observe how crucial it is the database design. The use case goes like this. The ongoing problem or the ongoing battle is cancer is not an isolated disease, but rather a term of broad class over 10,000 diseases that can cause cells to mutate and multiply without control. These mutations can happen anywhere in the body, resulting in different ailments in each patient. A huge array of drugs already exist to treat the various forms of cancer. However, the real problem with the current treatment is inability of medical professionals to access information that they need to effectively match with the best drugs to individual patients. On top of it, patient-specific factors such as age, gender, cancer type, disease progression, and specific gene mutations can all play a significant role in determining how effective one drug is compared to similar other alternatives. While there is an ever-growing body of global research as to how these factors can affect the way an individual responds to certain drugs, there is currently no centralized database containing all this key information apt. A lot of data remains siloed into research facilities inaccessible to individual doctors tasked with making critical decisions about patient treatment. Of the databases that do currently exist, only very few are intelligent enough to allow tailored searches based on critical patient-specific factors. For example, ovarian cancer is one of the most aggressive forms of cancer. Just 5% of those who are diagnosed surviving for just 12 months from the point of diagnosis. As such, getting right treatment as quickly as possible is crucial. A lot of trial and error method is used to determine the lack of information and the informed decisions by the system. As a result, time is wasted trying to find the most effective way or treatment that can often mean the difference between life and death. So, when you want to solve such crucial problems, and especially when you want to automate things such as disease detection or disease prevention through AI and automation, there should be an effective database that will be able to process things faster. Of course, my dear friends, by this time, you must be realizing the fact that this affair is not just mere storing of data that could be possible in form of rows and columns. And with all the database subject that we have studied, all the functional dependencies wouldn't be scalable to imagine. We need something big, we need something more scalable. And that is where the concept of graph databases comes to our rescue. Graph databases excel in the tasks related to search and recommendation because they not only store information about things, but also the relationship between those things. The capability allows users to ask questions that were previously possible through the traditional database technologies. The data relationship stored in the graph database can express the nature of each connection and capture of qualitative and quantitative facts about the relationship. Once loaded into the graph database, an entirely new set of relationship-based questions can be asked, opening up for new possibilities. When applied to cancer treatment, it means doctors can ask questions like the following to help tailor treatments to individual patients. Like, find all cancer treatment drugs available since 2012 which has proved the most effective in treating stage 2 of ovarian cancer in women under the age of 30. Oh my god, that is too much of data right in one database. The result is to assist medical professionals in recommending better treatments using data relationships to increase precision and accuracy. My dear friends, I am so pleased to introduce to you the best platform I have ever seen for graph databases, that is Neo4j. Unlike other databases, Neo4j graph database doesn't need to complete the relationships between the data query time, but the connections are already established right in the database. Because of this, queries of deeply connected data are in orders of magnitudes faster. We got introduced to the limitations of the tools we work with, and Neo4j blows off all these limitations wide open, enabling queries never before imagined to high speeds possible. I got introduced to Neo4j through its certified professional examination. I'm happy to share this tailored course which is meant for all the data aspirants out there, which is offered by Neo4j. I'm sure you must be loving it. Now I'm a Neo4j certified professional. That's it for the day. I hope you had pleasure listening to the session. I hope this experience has not just been delicious, but also data-licious. You can reach me out via LinkedIn and mail. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Praseeda, for an amazing session on the coupling effect. It was really great seeing examples from your side to see, to understand things better. Next up, we have Sampath and Sasi talking about is AI getting creative and how it's getting creative. Over to Sampath and Sasi.
Hi Ludhiana, this is Shashi Teja Kamsu and I have Sampath Baliwada with me. So Sampath, do you want to say a hi?
Hi Ludhiana, this is Sampath Baliwada. So yeah, if you haven't heard it, so she actually works at Confluent as a consulting engineer, and I work as a software engineer at PayPal.
So that is about us guys, and literally happy that we are here to talk to you. And yes, let's just start with our session. And our session is basically about generative AI, which you're going to understand going ahead, in those sessions. So basically, one does not say simply artificial intelligence. I mean, there should be some, great reason when someone is actually quoting, artificial intelligence. So to explain artificial intelligence, it's nothing. It's basically a machine, or let's say a computer, or any sort of machine added to some human intelligence. Okay, so that is basically what artificial intelligence means. And probably you guys might come through these different terms called deep learning, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. And people use one phrase for another phrase, and there's a lot of confusion around there. So I'm here to kind of clear that confusion as well. So firstly guys, machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence, and then deep learning is again a subset of machine learning. So yeah, if people come and tell me that the difference between machine learning and AI is basically, maybe if it's written in Python, then probably it's machine learning, and then if it's written in PowerPoint, it's probably AI. And that's exactly my face if someone says like that. So moving ahead, so let me tell you the difference. So basically, AI is, as I told you, machines plus human intelligence. That's what the definition says as well. And machine learning is basically wherein you have some kind of data, and your machine starts to kind of find out patterns in those data, and then uh, on new data it starts predicting what happens. So for example, let's say x is 2 and y is 4, and let's say x is 3 and y is 6. So if you see here, 2 into 2 is 4 and 3 into 2 is 6. So if we tell the machine that if my x is 4, what should be y, it would say 8, because obviously it is finding out the pattern into 2. So that's how machine learning works. And coming to deep learning, it's again basically working on data, but however there's a concept called neural networks here. Neural networks are nothing but how our brain eventually operates with neurons, and there's a weight to every knowledge that we have. So that's how deep learning works. So going ahead, yeah, something.
Right, so let's look at some history of AI and basically the subsets that we just heard about, right? So if we are looking at the start of AI, can you go to the next slide?
Yes.
So it basically started with gender classification and stuff. So we started out with very basic classifiers, a simple yes or no's and everything, and then we eventually moved to gender classifiers where we are differentiating between male and female, uh, humans in general, right? And then something else happened. So we moved ahead, and while we were actually looking at gender classification and something, we were recognizing the entire image. But then we moved ahead from that and also started identifying objects within that image. So yeah, that evolution happened, and this is basically yeah, this is basically the model YOLO working its magic. It's basically identifying every single object within the image, and this one I think is from the YOLO V7. That is the latest version of YOLO. And yeah.
And then yes, the magic happened basically. And so probably you guys might have heard about this thing called chat gpt, which is in the news these days. I mean, it's all over the social media. So let me kind of share some hands-on example with it. So let me present my screen again. And so let me quickly go to chat gpt. So ChatGPT again is by OpenAI, and yes, Elon Musk. So let's give it an example. So what does GPT is basically? It's again a large language model, and basically you can ask the model anything, and it is going to reply you as if it's a human sitting on the other side. So let's say something random, a poem about roti and butter chicken, maybe. So yeah, I asked this, and yeah, I mean, yes, it is giving us a poem about roti and butter chicken. So that's how fast AI has become. And AI is now creating stuff actually by itself. I mean, it kind of gave you a whole poem all by itself, and all of it completely makes sense. So going ahead, so yeah, I mean, these are basically the social media posts about chat gpt, wherein people are using chat gpt for various stuff, and people are posting like, here is my top 10 list of what I've been using, what I've been doing with chat gpt. And then the potential applications of chat gpt are also being given by chat gpt. So that is one thing. So yeah, so has AI started creating stuff, Sampath? So could you take what's your take on this?
Yeah, I suppose pretty much that is what is happening here. Um, so basically, what AI is doing right now is that it is generating stuff, right? Can you move to the next slide, Shashi? So yeah, this meme right here, it's not created by any human or someone else. It was actually created by AI itself. So yeah, it's pretty much getting creative. I think memes is one of the most creative fields. So we have a meme here that is generated by AI. So yeah, AI is becoming a creator. So it's basically being a generator here, right? And there is a very beautifully explained statement from Sequoia Capital. So basically, they describe this new set of classes as a powerful new class of large language models that is making it possible for machines to write, code, draw, and create with credible, now this is an important word, credible and sometimes superhuman results. I know this might be very confusing, but I think Shashi here can take this up and simple it down for you.
Sure, Sampath. So yeah, I mean, this is our explanation of what generative AI is and how it works. So what is generative AI is basically where, again, a model is basically working on a lot of data, and here the data can be text, it can be images, it can be audio, video, or any possible content as such. And it works on this data and understands this data, and kind of tries and finds the underlying pattern of how all of this data is, and then basically creates new content out of it. So what is the content that AI is generating these days? It is generating audio, it is generating images, it is generating code. And as I showed you, chat gpt, there's a chat type of a module that it provides. It is generating text, it is generating videos as well. So specifically speaking about text, there are two things, as you I mean, these are the two things basically. So GPT-3 is a model basically that can generate text if we give it some text. So for example, let's say write developer fest Ludhiana. Okay, that's the text that I give to GPT-3. GPT-3 can actually write an article about developer fest Ludhiana. Okay, out of nowhere. Okay, so that's how um, you know uh, the GPT-3 model operates basically. So there are startups that are coming out of GPT-3, wherein people just need to specify a keyword, and articles are written from that keyword. And again, there's something called blue. Blue is more of a metric, I would say. So what blue does is, it's like it tells how close an AI generated text is actually meeting uh, a human generated text. So it's basically the metric to find out how closely AI is generating content in text format that is actually meeting the human standards. So speaking about images, yes, AI is generating images as well. um, and there are things like stable diffusion. Stable diffusion is an algorithm, or let's say or probably a model that has an interface as well, and that's called Dream Studio, wherein there's an API of Stable Diffusion. Stable Diffusion is open source, and in Dream Studio, you just have to specify a sentence, and it generates a an image out of it. So let me just show you. Let me explain you a bit about this. So these are all of these are fake images, by the way. All of these are fake people. So you might have heard about this term called deep fake. Okay. So and deep fakes and GANs basically. So what does GAN mean? As GAN is basically generative adversarial network. So what GAN does is it's again a model come with a combination of two models. So one is a generator and one is a discriminator. So generator generates content, any type of data, and discriminator kind of classifies if this generated content is real or fake. So obviously generator has to be very good to fake the discriminator, such that the discriminator says that, yeah, I mean, this content actually looks real. So this is how GANs usually operate. Yeah. And after GANs, basically GANs have some disadvantages. So to overcome these disadvantages, the diffusion model came into play. And what how diffusion model works is, basically, let's say there's a picture, okay, and we add noise to it. Probably noise, let's say we add some dust to it, okay, and rub it completely, and again we start removing the dust from it, like removing the noise from it. And this time when you see the same picture, it's a new picture all out of nowhere. So that's how diffusion models eventually work.
We basically have multiple ways of generating code right now. So basically, there is something called GitHub Copilot, and then there is GPT-3, and even Chat GPT that we just tried out can actually give you out code snippets. Now, GitHub Copilot was actually trained on all of the open source code that is available to GitHub, that is licensed publicly. So essentially, we also have Google working on something similar to this one. Yeah, if typed, yeah, I think we can also look at an example if that is possible. Shashi, can you fire up your Visual Studio Code? All right. Okay. This was some, okay, this was from previous experiments that we were doing. So let's do something like write a function. Okay, it's even suggesting me for some programs. Okay, just take that up then. Um, all right. So we just tab away, tab, and then yeah, we have a function here that takes in a list of numbers and then uh, returns the sum of it. Yeah, pretty much. That entire snippet that you see here was generated by AI. So that's how GitHub Copilot works. So and yeah, this is a runnable piece of code. Yeah, the answer is 55. So this is how we have AI generating code right now.
So basically speaking about the generative AI landscape, so I think you can take this up, Sampath.
All right, just waiting for, yeah, cool. So basically, there are multiple layers at which uh, this AIs are working. Right, there is text, there is code that we talked about, image, speech, and then there are a lot of applicative layers for this one. So, if, for instance, for text, we can use this in sales, in our sales departments, support teams, while taking notes. and all of that stuff. And I think we use a lot of it already. Some people are actually making out money using these text AIs. And then there is code where we can reduce the time of implementation of our applications. Just make sure we are meeting the business needs as fast as possible. And similarly, all the other models can also be used in a similar fashion. And for each one of them, we have multiple models. So for text, we have GPT-3, and then there are bunch of other models from big companies like DeepMind, Facebook, and everyone. And then for images, we just looked at Stable Diffusion, and then there is OpenAI's Dolly. And then I think for code, we have the GPT-3 and also Copilot from GitHub as well. So this is basically the landscape of the entire AI scenario. And yeah, basically, are we turning? Is AI basically turning into Chitti the Robo from Robo? But yeah, I suppose not yet. But then we have some last thoughts from us. So, will there be a day when AI would be writing code to make its own AI more efficient? That in turn would make more efficient AI, and will it be an endless loop from there? We don't know, but then none of us know, so we just have a thought on it. Just ponder on this thought. And if you have any questions or if you have any feedback for us, please feel free to hit us up on social media handles. We are available on LinkedIn and Twitter. You can search for Shashi Teja Kamsu and then Sampath Baliwada, and we'll be right there.
So yeah, guys, thank you. It was great talking to all of you, and signing off.
Yes. Thanks, Sampath and Sasi, for an amazing lightning session, sharing about how AI is getting creative and how exactly we can get used to it. Next up, we have folk joining from Microsoft, Mihailo, who leads the senior software engineer at Microsoft, will be talking about recommended systems. Over to Mihailo.
Alrighty, so first of all, thank you very much for attending and listening to this talk. It's actually a huge pleasure to be able to present. So I'd like to start with a brief overview of who I am, and not because I think that you particularly care who I am, but more because I think it kind of fits nicely into the story that's about to come, right? So basically, I'm Mihailo. I'm a senior engineer at Microsoft, and my day-to-day work has nothing to do with recommendation systems. All right? Does that scare you? Makes you wonder, like, do I want to listen to this presentation, or should I switch to another one, or whatever? Well, hear me out. All right. If you stay, I will actually make it valuable that you stay. All right. So basically, aside from being a senior engineer, I also happen to spend 7+ years in REBT, like rational emotional behavior therapy. And aside from that, well, on top of that as well, I also happen to be a father to this little messenger of Satan himself. All right. So the valid question that you might be asking now is, how the hell does all of that relate to pretty much anything, right? Like, what does it have to do with recommendation engines and decision intelligence and whatever? Well, turns out it has to do a lot, honestly. And basically, since recommendation engines are part of a decision intelligence in general, I just think that well, as you will see, it fits really nicely. And the reason why I'm telling you the 3 completely unrelated facts, like being an engineer, attending a rep therapy, and being a father, is because on the surface level, it might seem like it doesn't make any sense, right? Like it's completely not connected and whatever. But what's actually interesting, on the deep down level, there is a huge connection, all right? And that's basically how I generally see the deep neural nets these days. It's like they find things that you can't really see from the outside, like understand from the outside. And that's why I don't really like them, all right? So they would find the connection, but you can't really see what the connection is until somebody tells you. And in this case, I'm going to actually tell you what the connection is and how I see it. So basically, the fact that I've been software engineer for 15 years now means that I've seen a lot of things, like really a lot of things come, go, whatever, happen, that's one. The second thing, the second consequence of that is that actually being an engineer is actually what had me end up in the therapy in the first place. So being an engineer actually made me burn out, and by burning out, I ended up in the therapy, right? And enrolling in the therapy actually made me realize like how many issues I had with self-esteem, self-confidence, and stuff like that, And that's pretty much all affected my because you just have to understand my decision-making intelligence and my decision-making like mechanisms were on such bad level, like still kind of hard, but I managed to cope. Like I couldn't really decide whether to go with a black or white t-shirt, because everything had some consequences. And like, what if I choose the wrong one? Or like, should I actually go for a better option and stuff like that? So basically, my decision-making mechanisms were quite bad, all right? And it was the therapy that actually helped me learn how to, develop a proper framework to make decisions, all right? And given that we're talking about decisions, it kind of makes some sense, right? And finally, becoming a father has actually observing a young kid, this is basically an 8-month-old, and observing this kid actually has taught me that decision-making, like intelligence in babies, is absolutely awesome, right? Like if you watch baby decide to do something, there is no like if or like what if or should I do it? Is there going to be a consequence or whatever? No, the decision-making is on such a basic level, like if I want to do something, I'm going to do it, all right? And that's the end of the story. There's no if and whatever, So I just think that's just a beautiful thing about kids and babies in general. And what's also nice to observe is that as we grow up, we actually learn or unlearn how to make decisions. Like we start being influenced by what will others think, what others want, like we start developing preferences that have nothing to do what we emotionally want, but more like what society wants us to do, right? So basically, there's your connection between the three random facts. Being an engineer, and I ended up in therapy. Therapy taught me a lot about decision-making, and it also helped me become a father. And becoming a father has taught me like how the decision-making intelligence works in the real life. Now, why is all this important? Well, it's important because you might laugh at it. You might think it's stupid, but honestly speaking, I guarantee you that recommendation engines are taking over the world these days. Like seriously. It's like pretty much any decision that you're about to make, that you want to make, is kind of gently suggested to you, like what to eat, when to wake up, when to exercise, which exercises to do, which movie to watch, which book to read, whom to connect with, and stuff like that, all right? So basically, almost every decision is kind of taken away from us, and it's like gently suggested. We have mechanisms or recommendation engines that are like suggesting us what to do. And the problem I have with that is that if we could be sure that these systems are actually like aligned with what we really want, with our benefits and what's good for us, that would be perfect, right? The problem is that they usually aren't, all right? Usually these engines are made to profit the business that made them, all right? So they have some deeper interests that actually want to leverage our human mind. And speaking of human mind, what's also interesting to know is that there are, believe it or not, at this time at least, 160 like 160, like that's 160 cognitive biases identified in humans. All right, and that's basically the fallacies that we make when we are making decisions, and basically what we call rational decisions. So basically our decision making process is everything but not rational, and there are a lot of engines, especially recommendation engines, built to actually leverage them. All right, so I think that it's useful to learn a bit more about them. Right now, what I usually do before I start any kind of presentation or talk is that I usually go and check out like what are some of the trends in the area. All right, like what are the trends in recommendation engines world, and surprisingly or not, if you basically search for trends in recommendation engines these days, it's pretty much all about deep learning. Or like everything today is like deep learning this, deep learning that, apply this learning, deep learning here and there. And I think that the story that I started with actually tells you why I think that sucks. Why I think that's a bad idea, and why I dislike deep learning. I don't think it's not useful, quite the contrary. I absolutely think it's useful, especially the deep neural nets are actually great because they can pretty much, like model any function in the world given enough layers. But my problem is that we don't really understand them. All right, and I think that if you want to master the subject, you have to actually understand the basics of it. So this talk will pretty much give you the basics and the breadth, the width of the basic building blocks and how they are applied to build like more complex and more deep systems, right? So I was actually rehearsing this presentation at home, and I rehearsed it so many times that at one point actually my girlfriend asked me like, okay, so can you freaking explain to me like what the hell are recommendation engines, right? And that made me think, like, she's a lawyer, like she works in legal, she has nothing to do with engines or recommendation engines or programming or ML. So it was quite tricky. And basically the answer I gave to her was, well, recommendation engines are all about sparse matrices, or specifically how you go from a sparse to fully specified matrix, right? Now, she ended up being completely puzzled, but I think I managed to explain to her. But I'm assuming that the audience and you specifically actually know what sparse matrix is, right? So in the classical ML examples, you have like, for example, in data classification, you have a fully specified features, and you have this separated from something like the independent variable that you're trying to predict or, like model against or whatever, right? When it comes to recommendation engines, they are actually working with sparse data. They are working with data that's not fully specified, all right? And just take, for example, Netflix, all right? Like if you think about users as your samples, your observations, and movies being the features, what are the odds that a single user has rated all the movies, right? It's nil, all right, like almost impossible. So most of the users will only rate a small subset of the data that you actually have, all right? So the consequence of that is that, as I told you, recommendation engines are all about how do you go from sparse matrix to a fully specified matrix. And once you actually go to fully specified matrix, how do you actually rank that so that you give the best results to the user, all right? Now, before giving you the building blocks and what exists out there, I want to share just a small bit of a history, all right? So you might think that recommendation engines have been there forever, but it's not really. Well, like up to 2006, basically the recommendation engines were in a so-called dark era. All right. Well, like there was almost no research going on. Nobody was interested in them. Everybody was spending time on data classification, regression, whatever, like neural nets and what have it. So what actually changed in 2006 is that actually Netflix came and they announced a competition. All right. And not only did they announce a competition, but they announced that the competition prize will be $1 million. All right. And what the competition was about. So basically, they said that whoever beats their original algorithm will be awarded $1 million if they beat it. All right, and they published, I think, somewhere around 1 million, like 1 million observations or something like that. I'm not sure about the numbers, but they published a huge anonymized data set, and basically, believe it or not, it actually took 2 years. It took 2 years to announce a winning solution, which proved to be 10% better than the original Netflix's engine solution. And the solution was based basically on something that was considered at the time, and I think it still is, a state-of-the-art algorithm or approach, and that's basically matrix factorization, and specifically like singular value decomposition. All right. Now, we'll get to that shortly. But before I do, I just want to fast forward you like basically from so in 2008, like this Netflix competition actually skyrocketed, gave a kickstart to a future research and recommendation engine. And basically, if you fast forward to almost today, basically, I'm not sure if you know, but back in September, actually, TikTok published their white paper on how their recommendation engine works. You can Google it. It's free to check. And believe it or not, it uses a combination, well, a bunch of variations of deep learning and stuff like that. All right. So why I think that's interesting? Well, basically, we got a long way from state-of-the-art stuff, not using DLs like deep learning, to actually using DL for everything. All right. Now, one really interesting thing, or what I think is quite an interesting thing, is that well, basically, most of us are engineers, all right? And we as engineers, we became engineers because we like building and breaking stuff, all right? Like we build it and we break it to see how it works in the inside, and we build it again or whatever. But the thing is, we like playing with stuff, all right? That's why we became engineers in the first place. Now, the problem is that when it comes to building models and stuff for real life, is that we are basically forgetting that we are recommending stuff to humans. All right. Like if you're building recommendation engines, we are building them for humans. We are not building them to get the best accuracy or whatever. So the outcome of our engine is supposed to be, well, basically to invoke some emotion in the end user, in our sample, and to have them, like interact with the item that we are suggesting. All right. Like be it a movie or something to purchase, the end result should be that user should purchase whatever we are offering. Right. Now, one generally interesting thing about humans, and this might come as a surprise or not, but humans really just want to be surprised. All right, like if you can build the engine that eventually leads you to something that you didn't expect to see. All right, like take for example, if you're building a movie watching service, if you like watch, I don't know, Back to the Future, and it recommends Back to the Future 2, I mean, you would be like, yeah, that makes sense to watch, all right? You wouldn't be surprised. But if it recommends something completely out of what you watched and what you thought about, and you end up liking that, well, you're gonna love that engine, all right? So at the end of the day, it's all about invoking an emotion in humans. Now, if you recall, I mentioned there are 160 cognitive biases, which means there are 160 hacks how you can actually affect human mind and make them love your stuff even if it isn't perfect. And one of the biases is basically this complete ignorance to what happened, and it's basically we actually focus only on the peaks of our emotions or what have you, and memories, whatever, right? And if you want to understand that, just think about some important event from the past that you remember. All right, like most of the stuff that you remember from the past is actually something that was highly emotional. All right, everything else that is not highly emotional, you forget. Like you could have a super shitty experience and then have a great time and then shitty experience again. You will probably remember the great time. All right. So the problem is that our brains actually only remember peaks. They don't remember the whole event that happened. All right. So this can be actually leveraged because, obviously, assuming that giving shitty recommendations is okay, you can pretty much recommend a bunch of shitty movies to to a person and then recommend one great movie, and person will think that your engine is awesome. All right. Like even though you recommend a bunch of crap to them, if you recommend one thing that would surprise them, well, you got their attention and love. All right. So why am I saying that? Well, if you actually look up on the internet, it turns out that one of the simplest recommendation engines to build is a random engine. All right. Like literally producing like taking a random recommendation, given that user hasn't seen it before or interacted with it before, actually produces quite a good results and gives quite a surprise to people, right? Now, basically that would be like the type number 0 of recommendation engines is just give a random recommendation to user, all right? Now we can do better than that, honestly speaking. So, and here is one typical problem that you face in recommendation engines. Let's assume that you have a new user, Anna, and Anna just joined your service, right? So in case of Anna, you don't have you're not having like sparse matrix, you're actually having an empty matrix to deal with, right? Because Anna hasn't rated anything, so there is still not, to my knowledge, a mathematical model to go from nothing to something, all right? So how do you actually go from empty to sparse and eventually to a fulfilled matrix, right? Well, it turns out that this problem has a name, and it's called a cold start, all right? So what cold start is? Well, it's basically when you have a problem that a new user hasn't rated anything, so how do you recommend something to them, right? Now, you can think of bunch of state-of-the-art research, whatever solutions, but there is one really simple solution that is actually used and abused by many services, and that's basically just go and ask user, all right? Like sometimes the simplest solutions are the most elegant ones, all right? So you might think that that's stupid, but it's actually genius, you know? Like most of the websites, including Netflix or Reddit or Quora, when you actually open an account, the first thing they do is actually they ask you like what your preferences are, all right? And you give them your preferences, and then based on those preferences, they actually build the future recommendation. And actually, they go from nothing to something, and then when they have something, they can actually leverage that to create more stuff, all right? So speaking of this, we come to the first type of recommendation engines that I want to introduce you to, and they are called basically content-based filtering mechanisms or engines, all right? So what content filtering in short is? Well, basically content filtering is all like once you give me what you like once you tell me which movie categories or whatever you like, then I'll use that to actually recommend similar content based on that, all right? So content-based engines are completely there's nothing related to user in them. They are completely fixed to content to the content properties, all right? Like if you're talking about the movies, well, basically some of the properties could be duration, actors, tags, director, you know. You use those properties to actually do the typical classification problem, find similar movies and recommend them to users, right? So that's your very simple recommendation engine out there, and that's what Netflix does when you do like when they show you like based on you liking this movie, you might like these movies as well. That's a typical content-based recommendation system. All right. Now the problem with this is that human-generated data is temporal by nature. Now, what the hell does that mean? Well, that means that people's opinions can change on a daily basis without any patterns, but they're prone to change. All right, like people have no idea what they want is the main point here. All right, so how do we actually incorporate a bit of user preferences into our engines? Right. Well, it turns out that there is a very simple way, and it's called collaboration filtering. All right. Now, in collaboration filtering, basically, the simplest example is that it abuses the well-known fact that you are who you hang with, all right? Like, the chances are that if your friends like something, or some movie or whatever, the chances are high that you might like it as well, all right? So the whole premise of collaboration filtering is to go and find people that are similar to you based on the preferences, And if you find people that are similar, well, leverage what they liked, and then you recommend that to yourself, right? And if you want to, here's a typical example. Like, let's say we have a person, Darko, who basically watched a couple of movies only, just one movie in this example. And then we have Maria, who seems to have similar preferences to Darko, right? So since we identify these users are similar, and you can do whatever similarity metric that you want. Like, once we identify the similar users, well, then we just recommend what Maria and others also like, all right? So that's your typical in Netflix, that's your typical thing in Netflix, like others from your area are watching that. They're leveraging the demographics, all right? But basically, the whole premise of collaborative filtering is find people who are similar to you and then recommend something that they liked, which you hadn't watched, and basically assume that you will like it, right? Now, the third, so basically we had random, we had content-based, we had collaborative filtering. Actually, the fourth type of recommendation engines are something that I told you about in the beginning, that was winning, that won the Netflix content contest, and that's basically matrix factorization techniques. All right. Now, this is a typical linear algebra thingy, and if there are any math majors here, well, you probably know it. Now, I'm not a math major, so I can't really explain you the specifics of and the inner workings, what's the math behind it, but I can give you a really simple explanation of how it works under the hood. All right. So the whole premise of matrix factorization techniques is that you start with a sparse matrix. Then you go to lower dimensions, all right? Let's say you start with 100 dimensions, then you go to, 10 dimensions. And in that low dimensional space, you actually have your fully specified matrix, all right? You decompose your matrix into some basic building blocks, all right? And once you identify those basic building blocks, then you use that to leverage back and get your matrix fully specified, all right? Now, how and why that works? Well, because math, all right? But there is a very human-friendly explanation. So what you need to know is that these things only work on matrices and data that has patterns in them, all right? Like if you try to use it on a completely randomly generated data, 100% randomly generated, it just won't work, all right? Like, it has to have patterns. And the good thing about humans is that whatever humans do, it actually has some patterns ingrained in them, all right? So basically, if you're talking about the movies, going from movies to a lower dimension would be identifying some hidden preferences, like user likes sci-fi horrors, or user hates romantic dramas, or stuff like that. So those are your lower level dimensions that you can actually inherit from the original data. And once you have those preferences identified, then you can actually leverage that back, and for each movie identify, like, does it fit the category or not, and based on does it fit or not, you actually, you can fulfill the whole matrix, all right? So that's a really simple way of explaining how do they work, right? Now, the fifth category is obviously deep learning, and I'm not going to go into deep learning because first we are running out of time, and for two, because basically from my point of view, a lot of deep learning actually leverages everything that I told you about, all right? So if you check any white papers out there, you can see deep learning used for feature extraction, for deep collaborative filtering, deep content filtering, embeddings, and content mining, basically just combining the data and stuff. So I really think that a lot of it basically boils down to just combining the basic building blocks that I told you about. Now, believe it or not, the hybrid systems are the most popular ones these days. They are like... just combining everything that I told you about is what it seems to be most useful. And that's almost the end of what I had to say. Now, what I would like to leave you with is that even though what I told you is popular, there's actually way more, to be honest. And there is way more to be explored, and not many people are paying attention to it. Like, we have group recommendation systems, all right? The group recommendation systems are all about identifying the preferences of a group. Like think about find me a movie to watch with my partner, right? Like for me, that's impossible task to find something that both my girlfriend and I like. But if we actually leverage the software, it could actually find something. Then we have reciprocal recommendation systems where the whole premise is that you want to find something that both parties would like, right? So you want to recommend me something that would also be recommended to somebody else, all right? So it's like, think about a dating site, like both user and item, the item as well being recommended is something that has preferences as well. So you actually want to find something that would be reciprocally liked, right? Then we have knowledge-based recommendation systems, which are pretty much the expert search systems where the user specifies what they want, and based on the specification, like think about real estate search websites, right? Like a person would specify like what they want, and you have actually like use that to leverage to search through massive data and then rank it and provide the best, the highest probabilities of something that user would interact with. Right. So there's so much outside of what is advertised on a daily level that I think it's really interesting to explore. And finally, if you're more into trying stuff out instead of learning, well, there is a surprise library in Python that's specifically made to help you build recommendation engines, right? And if you check the description, it covers a lot of what I spoke about, right? And finally, when it comes to literature and where to learn more, there are two books that I like to recommend. One is basically Recommender Systems, the textbook. It's basically the go-to book for anything for recommender systems, like one of the most comprehensive resources for pretty much everything except the deep learning stuff, because it wasn't a thing back in the day when the book was published. And the second book, Thinking Fast and Slow, it's more about actually humans and how humans think and how they like the human fallacies and whatever, which is basically what I really think you should be familiar with if you are building engines for humans. And finally, believe it or not, there is a huge conference dedicated to recommendation systems, and like it happens every year, and there are people who actually come to a conference, and the whole conference works is about recommendation systems. And what's actually great about it is that this conference, like all the recordings from the conference, are actually available on YouTube, so you can find it on ACM Rex's YouTube channel. And if you want to go deep into it, well, what a better resource than the conference about recommendation systems, right? So with that, I'd actually like to thank you very much for for watching this, and I'll be available to take any questions like in lively. I'll be available live to take any questions that you might have, and in the meantime, you can find me on social media or visit some of my blogs. And that's about it. I hope you liked it, enjoyed it, and I hope that you learned something. So thank you very much, and shoot me some questions.
Thanks, Mihailo, for such an amazing session. Next up, we have a session on deep learning from Usha, who is a leading data scientist in India. She is one of the top 10 data scientists in India. Over to Usha.
Welcome to the session on accelerating machine learning research using JAX. I'm really excited to deliver this session for DevFest Ludhiana. And I would like to thank the GDG Ludhiana team, particularly organizer Saripalle Singh, for giving me this opportunity to present this session virtually today. And with us, let's get started for the session. About me, I work as Chief Research Officer at Exa Protocol. I'm also a 3 times Kaggle Grandmaster. I also lead GDG Mysuru, GDG Club Mysuru, TFUG Mysuru. You can all follow me on Twitter at Rengaraju. You can Google about me. And in Kaggle, my name is TensorFlow, Tensor Girl. So this is my Twitter QR code for my Twitter profile. You can scan it and then you can follow me on Twitter. You'll be able to get all the updates of where I'm speaking at and all the workshops and all the community activities which you do. Please do follow me on Twitter. Today we are going to see about how JAX can power up your machine learning or deep learning research. So the agenda is roughly going to be what is JAX. We'll see the features of JAX. We'll see what is device array. We'll also see how to speed up the speed of device array versus NumPy array. And what is this whole concept of immutability of JAX device array? The automatic differentiation using GRAD, JIT compilation, and XLA. You'll see automatic vectorization using VMAP and parallel evaluation using PMAP. Pseudo number generation using PRNG. So these are roughly going to be the topics which we are going to discuss today. So what is JAX? So JAX is a Python library which is designed for high performance machine learning research. And it's an API for numerical functions. Its API is similar to NumPy. It is a NumPy-like interface. And there are few places where JAX and NumPy differ from each other. But outside those few special cases, JAX and NumPy have got similar functionalities. JAX is very simple and it's very easy for adoption as well. So some of the features of JAX which we will be looking deeper into are just-in-time compilation. And we'll see JAX is primarily, NumPy cannot interface that easily with TPU and GPUs. But JAX can work really well with the accelerators like GPU and GPU without writing much of a boilerplate code. And so you might have learned about automatic differentiation in PyTorch and in TensorFlow. And the similar kind of automatic differentiation can be achieved in JAX using a grad function. And the whole process is very simple. And you might have learned about manual vectorization, TensorFlow and PyTorch. In JAX, we can achieve automatic vectorization using VMAP. And JAX is also extremely good in composing multiple transformations together. And the NumPy and JAX differs when it comes for how random number generation is handled. So here in JAX, the random number generation is a bit different. So now let's get started with what is device array. So device array is the array object in JAX. And so here, just like, NumPy, instead of NumPy as NP, you're just importing jax.numpy as JNP. So wherever NP comes, you can replace it with JNP. And you can create 10 numbers of 10, array of 10 values with all zeros in it. So one difference between NumPy array and device array is the speed at which they operate. So NumPy array is going to be, in terms of speed, device array is very, very efficient. You can see the performance here. See, basically random numbers are created. And that random NumPy array is converted into a JAX array. And then, you can check out the time it takes for dot product in NumPy array and dot product using device array. So first here a dot product using NumPy array takes around 66.5 milliseconds. And dot product using NumPy device array takes around 2.21 milliseconds. So you can see how effective device array is from this comparison. So another major difference between NumPy array and device array is immutability. So you cannot update a JAX device array similar to NumPy array. So NumPy array is very easy for updation, whereas JAX device array you cannot update it. If you want to update it, you have a certain syntax, but again, it is like you have to store it in a new array variable. You cannot, do an in-place updation in Jack's device array. So that is why Jack's device array is immutable. So when you in this piece of code, they're trying to assign a value to an existing Jack's device array. That is why this will throw error. So what to do when you want to do an array updation in Jax? So if you want to do an array updation in Jax, you will have to use the at method and set. So you will have to use the at where you mention the index, and then set is where you set the value. This is how you will update, and you cannot do an in-place updation here. You will also always have to update it to a new variable, and then this is how, if you print the new variable, you will get it. So updation happens in the new variable. So you cannot update an existing array. Automatic differentiation with grad. So automatic differentiation is very, very crucial in backpropagation, where the differentiates the weight vectors with respect to the loss, and there are different ways where you can differentiate, but automatic differentiation is considered to be one of the best. You can also do numerical and symbolic differentiation, but automatic differentiation works really well for a lot of reasons. And this can be achieved easily with the help of a grad function in Jax. So you take any function. Here I'm taking a softmax function. Softmax is an activation function. And you use activation functions to include non-linearity in your code. And I can take a grad of this softmax function by just passing it to the grad of this softmax as a parameter to the grad function. So that is all it takes. So this is how easy it is to use to create a gradient of your function. JIT compilation and XLA. So what is this all JIT compilation is about? JIT compilation is about creating an intermediate machine level code, which can be then reused every time the function for all of your function objects. And that intermediate machine code will be called every time a function is being invoked. This is very, very effective, and so JIT compilation is achieved in Jax using XLA. XLA stands for Accelerated Linear Algebra. So this is a softmax is an activation function, and you pass JIT, which is just-in-time compiler, and then you have a parameter. You pass the function as a parameter to your just-in-time compiler. That's what you need to do in order to invoke the just-in-time compilation. And then every time you call the softmax, it creates intermediate level machine code, and that intermediate level machine code is always invoked every time you call the function. And that is why it is very, very fast. You can see the performance difference between, there's a significant performance difference. It takes 7.9 millisecond plus or minus 15 milliseconds per loop for with JIT compilation. And for without JIT compilation, it almost takes the double of that. Automatic vectorization using VMAP. So VMAP is used for creating automatic vectorization. Vectorization is very, very important for machine learning and deep learning to create an efficient input pipeline. And this can be easily achieved by calling the VMAP function. We take the same softmax function which we have used previously. We just call the VMAP and then pass that as a parameter. And here I'm passing the a random array of 5 numbers as an input to my softmax, and for each of these 5 numbers I'm going to calculate the softmax, apply the softmax softmax activation function, and this is the value which I'm going to get. And so this is about VMAP, and about PMAP. is about parallelizing your operations. So if you want to check out VMap in your Colab, you will have to enable your TPU settings. And you can enable it by using this jax.tools.colab_TPU. And once you enable your TPU settings, you can import the necessary package. You see, TPU has got 8 cores, so you can test out VMap. So if your Colab, or if you're for some reason if you're unable to have multiple devices, it PMAP may not function really well. So in Colab, you've got free TPU, so you can test out PMAP in Colab. And again, I'm taking the simple softmax functions and I'm calling PMAP and then passing softmax and its corresponding parameters. I can see how it parallelizes each of these, operations, each of this, 8 arrays into 8 devices. One more concept where JAX and NumPy differ significantly in the way the pseudo random numbers are generated. So in pseudo random numbers, you don't explicitly create keys in NumPy, but in JAX, you'll have to explicitly create a key in order to generate pseudo random numbers. And not just explicitly create the keys. Once you create the key, you don't reuse the keys like in NumPy. You will, every time you want to reuse a key, you'll have to split the key and you will get key and the new key and the sub key. And so every time you want to see, you keep creating sub keys in order to use it. So this way you will never reuse a single key, which is a very, very efficient way of generating and using pseudo random numbers. So this is about JAX tutorials, and if you want references about certain documentations, you can refer to these resources. One of the best resources is Nicholas Vadived's JAX resources, and there's also a few blogs from AI Summer and blog RoboFlow, DeepMind. And so these are some of the resources which I would highly recommend checking it out. If you have questions, you can always reach out to me.
Yes. Thanks, Usha, for an amazing session. Though it's getting much colder and colder, and I'm feeling much more colder. But because of your excitement and the warmth within, I'm still enjoying it. Next up, we have a woman tech maker joining from Vizag, Bala, who will be talking about. Next up, we have a woman tech maker joining from Vizag, Bala, who will be talking about women in tech. Over to Bala.
Hello everyone, welcome to DevFest Ludhiana. This is Bala Tripura Sundari from GDG Vizag. Here I am to share about how women in tech rises, my story from inspiration to implement my ideas with the community. So before going ahead, I just want to highlight this quote saying that little girls with dreams become women with vision. Yes, a little girl is me, where I have dreamed like I just want to create my selfhood with what I am. I just don't want to be a mechanical lead. I don't want to lead a mechanical life like everyone did. So I just want to create my selfhood and my uniqueness. So I don't know where to start, but yes, now here I am. Who am I? A middle class girl from an Orthodox family where my world is all about music and studies. A BTech undergraduate from my city, that is Vizag, a city of destiny. And I am also a Flutter developer at Ekfreso Technologies, and I am also a recruiter, a singer, a Veena artist, a community organizer, a mentor and a speaker. So before what I was a few years back, like in year 2018, when I stepped into my BTech college first year, the first day where we went with an orientation class, there I was totally confused. I've seen many delegates coming and addressing what engineering is, what computer science is, what is information technology, and how technology is changing the life. But after hearing all those, okay, this is something bigger step which I'm taking in my life, I thought, but I don't know where to start and what to start. So I was totally confused. And coming years and coming into second year, third year, I'm hearing about a web development, app development, ML, artificial intelligence, blockchain. There are many terminologies which I don't know nothing. I don't know anything, just a full form of it. ML means machine learning, AI means artificial intelligence. These are what I heard and what I know. So I don't know again how to start about all these. Not in position to choose my path, where to go. Either should I choose a coding career or should I choose a management career? I don't know. And you know what, even I am a failure at some point of times, not only once but many a times. I used to fail in my semester examinations, I used to fail in my mid examinations, I used to get many scoldings from my lab assistants, my lab teachers, professors, everyone, because I used to give wrong connections when I'm in an electrical lab, because I don't know the point where, because being a computer science student, I don't know why they keep these electrical labs and all. I don't know. Even till now that question rises in my head, that why do a computer science engineering student should do a mechanical lab or an electrical lab. So there at that time, many a times I used to give wrong connections and all. I failed literally in many of the labs, and I've met many backlogs by the end of the year, and no starting point. And I came out of the college, don't have any placement in my hand. Just some startup placements are there in my hand, but I'm not in that interest to go with that management skill side. So, and I don't know, after my BTech, it was totally a blank. But then still, during my third year of the BTech, that was in third year, first semester, there I just got to know that there is a community called Google, which is in Vizag. I don't know what, it's just a word, that community, Google, Vizag. These are the three words I heard. I don't know anything else about that. I've gone through my LinkedIn, I've searched and got the link to apply. So I've just applied it. I've asked my friends also to apply. They also applied it. But surprisingly, I don't know, only I was selected from whole of my college. From my whole college, I was the only one who got invitation for the DevFest 2019 Vizag. Yes, DevFest. That is the first milestone I've reached, a great memorable day in my life. It is in the year 2019. Among 1,000 plus applicants, my application is selected for 300 members people. Then I've been a volunteer for many events. From there it started. There I've got to learn about how communities leverage student and how it helps students to improve their career or to get their opportunities. There we had a special session for WTM. That time our organizer and WTM ambassador is Usha Vemuru. You can spot her in our group photo, the one with first person. She is Usha Vemuru, and now she is also leading our community as well. So it was so nice to see like-minded people. I've met many girls from other colleges, many professionals, many entrepreneurs sharing their journey, sharing their career, how they came into this tech world and all. It's so nice to see them. I was in flying colors on the same day, is it really, does really a Vizag has this community? I didn't know till then. So from then I just don't want to stop there. So I want to be part of the community. From then I started my career with being as a volunteer for many events from then. And next, yes, I've explored the events which are conducted by GDG and WTM Vizag. So I've volunteered for events, learned new technologies, met like-minded people. And one of the best workshop I've ever attended is I Am Remarkable. I Am Remarkable is such a workshop that it's not a tech related, it's totally a non-tech, where to get a best version of yourself out. It is just a 2 hours workshop where you can feel, okay, do I really achieve these? Am I really this capable? So these are the the feelings what I felt after coming out of this workshop. So this is one of the major workshop changed my life totally. Yes, I Am Remarkable workshop, the first volunteering event I've done for my community. And then next, this is one of my my milestone again, I can say. Next event which I've attended is Flutter Extended Meetup. Again, it is conducted by GDG Vizag, and that time I'm not a volunteer, I'm an attendee, a regular attendee where I'll attend all the events conducted by GDG Vizag. So that is one. And during that time, I don't know what is Flutter. I don't know ABC in Flutter also. So once I attended the Flutter workshop there, it was really amazing. I didn't really know that there is such a beautiful technology which is given by Google. So from then I started learning app development and built many apps for my college, though they are smaller ones, but still which is helpful to my college and my professors and all. So then learning app development made me more courageous, that I got in confident that okay, I can achieve more. Not only this, I can do more. So this is one of the best memory again I can say. There also we have as many amount like there's a spotlight on women again. So this is what I started choosing my path, that I need to go as a Flutter developer or as an Android app developer. And next, so this is me today again. I am a confident girl, I'm courageous, I'm creative, a bold, a fearless woman, a strong, and these are me, what explains me in a nutshell. And to say just to learn is always my ikigai, I can say. I always try to learn from peers. I always try to learn and explore together with everyone. Together we rise is one of the most important thing what I believe in. Next, I've been a core team member of GDG and WTM Vizag. This was on April 7th, 2022. The first offline event post-pandemic, which we have organized. From then, I've been the main member of GDG and WTM Vizag. So on that day, I've taken a session on Flutter with ML. Flutter with ML, where we can the prediction of fruits and all, the prediction of a face, and how though it's a simple one, it was connected with most of our students, because our community is also the most of student community. So I have chosen that topic so that because it will be very interesting for the students as well as a very useful one. So on that day, I have taken that session. From then, I was so confident that okay, when I can even handle a tech talks. That is the stage where I am. Yes, I can inspire more people. So that is the day again I started digging me more into myself. And next, I've been a responsible leader from August 21st to say, because in the month of May I got selected as an WTM ambassador. From then my journey started again. So this is for Android Study Jams sessions, which was an offline session, which is organized in one of our finest college in Vizag. So there I've taken, though it was a 10-minute session again, I can say that I've inspired many people there. So many came back to me and saying that even I want to be a part of this community, even I want to learn, even I want to explore. So it is so nice to see that curating these like-minded people and giving the best to the community and giving best to the students. Next main thing what I am today from community, what I learned is to manage a team. It's not at all an easy thing to manage a team. You know, though we have a technical skills, managing skills are the most important. What I didn't think that managing is something okay, but today managing is not at all a simple thing. I feel so, because these all are the students you can see in the picture. These all are my volunteering team, the major core volunteering team for our DevFest, which was happened in the last month. So these all are from different colleges. If you are working professionals, if you are in first year, if you are in second year, if you are in third year. So they don't know each other, they don't know each other on the first day. But after a few meetups, they all became a family. Literally, they are literally a very good friends. They are brothers, sisters, and we felt like a family. So to manage all these people, it's not at all an easy task. So after coming to the community, I learned how to assign works to each other and to know their capabilities and to know their strengths and all. So according to that, I've assigned their tasks, and they were also really very awesome. And yes, teamwork also matters here. Yes. And yeah, finally was a Women Tech Makers Ambassador on May 23rd. The day I got a mail from Google that you are selected as an WTM Ambassador. Next, what community gave me? I can say that I've done exploring, lot of exploring, and yes, it's never ending. There's a lot more to learn, a lot more to achieve for me. and it's a fun filled learning. Yes, because now I'm working as a Flutter developer, which is given by community only. The only thing I learned from college, okay, it's just a degree, but my own learning skills and my own build is from community only. I learned many things. I got different resources. I got to know how to reach people and how to clear my doubts, and particular vision and visibility what I can be after a few years. And lastly, a good family. So here are some resources for women in tech. First thing is Talent Sprint. This is one of the best program which is supported by Google. The short form is V. It is especially for women in tech. It is some 2 weeks of program, and after that we'll be getting a scholarship from Google, and which will be featured in our Google website also. And next one is a WTM ambassador for local. As I heard that Ludhiana is not having WTM community, and yes, this is the time for you. Anyone of you who are interested to lead a community or who are having that capability to lead, yes, this is for you, WTM ambassador for local communities. And next, Women Who Code. Women Who Code is it's like the scholarship test for everyone who are in who are in tech communities, or in who want to grow their career in technology and in coding. So for them it is. And next, Women in Tech Summit. Women in Tech Summit is a membership kind. You can just pay for that, and if you want to learn, there will be weekly workshops, weekly meetings, and it will be both virtual and offline, both the things we have. So like this, there are many more resources for women. It's just a thing that we need to take a step forward, and don't be so don't be afraid of what peers will think or what everyone will think. No, there is nothing like what everyone will think. It's about you. It's about your passion, your career. So choose yours, men, and get into it. So yes, lastly I want to say that life is really unpredictable. Let's learn from our failure, welcome success, and enjoy every moment of it. This picture depicts, because even I am one of it, you can imagine me there, because not only me, every one of you here, everyone will face difficulties, everyone will face failures and all, but at the end of the day, it all matters at how we worked for it, and how hard we did for it, and how hard we prayed for it. And so yes, I am the example for that. Even I have faced many issues, even I have seen many many ups and downs I've faced, but yes, I thought that those are not a bottlenecks for me. They're very small. I took it as a small things, and I overcame it, and yes, I've succeeded now. I'm getting recognized now. So here is, if you want any support, or if you want to know more about resources for women in tech, yes, you are always welcome. You can reach out to me here. Thank you.
Thanks, Bala, for an amazing session on women in tech. I believe women who are joining on the live stream will be inspired from the journey of Bala. And I believe we can replicate these journeys 100 times or 1,000 times or even more, like the same. I believe you enjoyed the live stream. Next up, we have a closing note from the Google Developer Nations. Over to them.
Hope you all had an exciting day of learning about Google technologies from experts and were able to reconnect with the developer community in person after 2 years. It is you, the developer community, that makes the DevFest season magic. It is your involvement that ensures more and more developers to be able to find a way to meet, connect, and learn from each other.
I'm short of words expressing how glad I am seeing all of you at in-person DevFest this year, and all those who are watching us live on YouTube. The organizers and the community contributors have put in a lot of efforts in posting the in-person DevFest this year. Let's continue the momentum to next year and keep it going.
We have been able to reach a more diverse audience this DevFest with innovative and inclusive tracks. We are on our way to break barriers and glass ceilings together. Let's continue this momentum on to the next year as well. Lastly, join me in congratulating the GDG and WTM organizers and everybody who contributed in putting together this wonderful DevFest event in your city.
I believe you really enjoyed the today's live stream of the DevFest. It was first ever DevFest being attempted by the GDG Ludhiana, and I believe we made it. valuable for you. That's all for today, but we'll be joining it very shortly. Bye bye.